Não, vou falar inglês. Não, vou falar, não. So it's really a pleasure to see everybody here again this morning. We're here, happy you're all back, and hope you're all happy and excited for what will be a very busy day. Elena and I are really looking forward to today because after all of the great ideas we heard from everybody yesterday and those wonderful presentations, we have a lot of ideas and we're really excited for the next set of them. So I just want to tell you a little bit about, or give you a layout for the morning. We're going to have a keynote lecture by André Fernando Bandeira, and we will be hearing about from the Brazilian Ministry of Indigenous People. Then Elena and I will show you the latest version of the Manaus, the Ianas Manaus letter that all of your societies, your academics have signed off on, the coffee break, and after that we have breakout groups, and Academia Português, grupos de trabalho, como eu dizia, forçando a parte do trabalho. E nós dividimos vocês entre três grupos, os três assuntos, para trabalhar nos grupos menores, com a ideia de dar uma oportunidade para todo mundo dividir suas ideias e participar nas contribuições para tentar avançar nossos objetivos e pensar que nós vamos fazer, que poderíamos fazer dentro das academias para frente. E nós achamos que isso vai dar uma oportunidade significativa para estamos superando mais dia completa e também aproveitando.
And with many things, it will be more active. Nobody has to stay sitting down the whole day, and we'll change ideas in general. So before, I would like to call Adalberto, who will present
Palestrantes.
now his seminary. Good morning. Good morning. I hope that everybody had a good rest from yesterday too. Now, I think yesterday was too intense. We shared many informations. I would say that they were pretty relevant. But I want to underline a message that it was from the meeting in an expressive way for us in the Amazon, that is the cooperation. The cooperation between the states that they are part of the Amazonian biome, it's important. So the seminary that we will have now from André Fernando Bandeira, it's extremely relevant in that context because that cooperation must expand from the whole Amazon and in all the levels, in all the levels of the organization, the regional organization. Think that is an empty space. I would say that it's one of the mistakes that we committed till now. And I think we need to revert that situation and have a process that it will be inclusive, that will be productive, and observing the characteristics, the cultural characteristics, the micro-regionals, characteristics of the region. André Fernando Banil, it's a social businessman, and he talked about the Banil culture from the Rio Negro. He studied the environmental engineering. He is the leadership of the Baniwa peoples from the high level of the Rio Negro. Now he is the secretary of the Ministry of the Indigenous People in the region. André knows that region like no one else, mainly the region of the Rio Negro. So please, André, come here and present your considerations. Like we heard in English, The floor is yours. Feel welcome, we will use that.
Bom dia.
Good morning.
Todos. Ontem
And yesterday,
muito inglês que eu não entendia nada.
I told that I didn't understand nothing in English,
Cumprimentar vocês em
and I will
O
greet
próprio
you in Baniwa.
Kaya na winay, kakunapere, katima no kare, iwanagapuan ho, kagukaran ho isu, wanheki nako, limachaka nako takare, wadzakare. Traduzindo.
Translating, good morning.
Mais uma vez.
One more time, I'm happy to be here with you who are scientists to talk to you about our knowledges and about the beauty of the Amazon. That's what I said in Baniwa. Now I will use the trademark of the Ministry of Indigenous People because it has an order now that I'm working there to where I go, what I do, I use that logo. But I'll tell you essentially about the experience of the Baniwa people through the organization, and that's what I'll talk about. I try to bring to you, like we, the indigenous people, the Baniwa people, we understand the question about the science, the knowledge, and the values between traditional knowledges, the official language nowadays, and the knowledges that we have. I'll try to bring to you what I learned through the years since the 2000s from now. Since the 90s for now. So I put here the indigenous science and the community science, scientific community. I don't know how to write that, but the fact is that we have that science recognized by the Brazilian legislation. But my experience with science, it started like that. I studied in an agriculture school and I learned, and I always liked that side to look for, make some calculus and bring that to my community. That starts in 91 and 92. I became the leader of my people. I was elected, and after that, the people was fighting for the demarcation of the lands, and we added that the fight in 97, 98, it was the market finally. And in that time, it was after the invasion of illegal miners in that regions. We could remove all of them, but it rested those swimmers in the region that the communities invited, but they stayed there. We couldn't do nothing because we are the representatives. If they were like the miners, we couldn't remove them from our lands. Okay. And we were working on that, and we, with the demarcation, because of those miners, that situation, we get into that, organizing the production, paying better, and mark the miners. They are afraid from that. We could remove the miners with that, creating that document to register them, and they decided to leave the land. And we get into that action that it was illegal. They complained in the public ministry. I was almost arrested because of that. And who did that was the people from São Gabriel, and we changed that project in Baniwa Art. We launched it in 2000. It was the first national mark that we had. People talked a lot about that. Now they knew about us. And that demarcation, it was spoke a lot in our region, talking about the Amazon and many negative things over the indigenous lands that were the market. Since that time, I thought that our country, it suffered that internationalization since 1500. It was only the indigenous, and now we don't have only the indigenous. So we passed through that. So what we did, and we work with baskets, and then they started to end up with our materials and the Arumã, and what we know about Arumã, it's many things about that, but for the society, for the government, and for the companies, it doesn't worth it. So I was looking for, and I found in that time Glade. I don't remember another name from IMPA. I came here to IMPA with the articulation from ISA, and I was able to talk, and Carlos Bueno was working on that time. He did the seminaries for the researchers, and we could take some researchers to there to help us that and say that what we were doing was sustainable, the impact was positive, it wasn't negative. So I see a science that is aligned with us, because what we talked, what the Manaus was over, it was ending, the science could prove that many a percentage we didn't have much sure about that. So that experience, since that time, I work a lot with the researchers, a lot of researchers, and we created our school in the 2000s, the school Banua. We brought many researchers to there to work with us, and with the researchers working with our school, we got like more than 320 units of landscapes in our territory, and who helped us. It was a student that studied his master's degree at the Wilson Lopes. He worked with us like for a decade, and we took another researcher that worked and saw in our territory that we dominated 85% of the forest, of the diversity, of the biodiversity, like you said, we dominate. So when we are closer, we dominate 100%, and when we are further, we will decrease our knowledge. So we use that to use like a defense of the knowledges that we have. So the science, for me, it's important when you bring that the science, and it's for the Amazon. It's for and by the Amazon. I was reflecting about that. So I brought here some words that exist in the legislation. So we have that the own knowledges, the FGV called the own knowledges that we have, traditional knowledges, and the knowledge is intercultural knowledges and knowledges of indigenous that exist in the education. It's spread those things. So now new terms. Now we have many people doing master's degree, doctorate degree, and we have now different questions through the reflections of them, like the knowledges, the ancestral knowledges, territorial knowledges, the biome knowledges, like about territories, mainly the women, that the national organization that we have. So we have two of the terms, millennial knowledges and cultural, indigenous cultural knowledges, and knowledges about the Amazon, the indigenous Amazon. So that last one I invented yesterday. I heard you talking, and I think that it exists. We have dialogues with the indigenous Amazon. So those one here, we can talk a lot about them, some of them, but I won't get into details because I want to show you what means that. I presented sometimes that draw, that side. Where I press, okay, here. So that draw, it's an interpretation from an anthropologist. It's not ours, but through that narrative,
Para mostrar para vocês, esse aqui é
So to show to you this one, it's regard.
Ou seja,
So,
recuape para nós é
Huecuapi is all of that you called, I don't know, it's the same meaning, the earth, the planet Earth.
Aqui é o
So
sol,
here,
o símbolo do sol.
it's
Aqui
the
é o
symbol
lugar
of
do
the
reflexo
sun,
dele.
it's the place of the that it
E
reflects, and
nós
no
que
one
moramos
hears,
aqui,
we who lives
somos
here,
criados
that we
por
are
ser que está acima
created
do
here
sol,
for
é
the
o próprio sol.
for this
O registro
the
da
sun, the own sun.
missionária
So the
Sofia
register
Miller,
from the
os
missionaries of
Baniwas, os
Miller, the
mais antigos,
Baniwas, is
citaram
the
que o
oldest.
sol é o nosso
They
Deus para
mentioned that the sun is
ela.
our
Gente,
God
de
for her,
Nha
that
Pericuri.
we call Iani Pericori.
Acima dele, ninguém
Above
pode ver, se
it,
vê e
no
volta mais
one
pra
can
terra.
see, and if you can see,
Isso
you
é na
can't return to the
cerimonial
earth.
da visão do pajé.
That it's in the
Então,
vision
a
of the
gente tá aqui,
shaman.
essas daqui são
So
as
we are here.
camadas,
Here we have
locais de espíritos
the
de
steps, the
animais,
place of
e por
animal
aqui
spirits,
vive mais ou menos
the
o
layers,
Jurupari.
and here we have the
Já ouviram falar
Urupari.
de
You heard
Jurupari?
about
O
Jurupari,
mestre das
the
músicas,
master of the musics,
de muitos conhecimentos
from
tradicionais também.
many traditionals
Existe
knowledges.
conflito entre
It has a
Inhapericuri
conflict
e ele,
between
mas
Apelicuri
ele
and
deixou
him,
muitos
but
conhecimentos
he let
para
many
nós.
knowledges for
Então, esses
us.
conhecimentos
So those
que nós
knowledges that
temos
we have
aqui
here,
está tudo
it's
relacionado,
all related.
né? Eu achei interessante
So it
apresentar
was
isso pra
interesting to
vocês, porque a
present
gente tá
to you
falando de
because we are
mudanças
talking about
climáticas,
climate
né? Na
changes.
ciência são
In the
outros termos,
science, it's
camada
other
de ozônio,
terms,
biosfera, e assim
biosphere,
vai.
and then
Para
etc.
nós são casa de
So
espíritos.
it's house of spirits for us. If those houses they suffered impact,
Ela vai mexer aqui
it
na
will
É o que
mess
dizem
with
meus
the
tios
earth.
que
It's
foram
what my
pajé
uncle said, that
que
who
Covid levou.
were shamans that the COVID
Ele
took
sonhou
them.
antes
He
desse-
dreamt
desse
before
episódio aí
before
que
that
nós
episode that
passamos
we
de
passed
pandemia,
of the
de
pandemic,
coronavírus.
of the
Ele sonhou
coronavirus.
sobre isso.
He dreamt about that, and I talked with him. We talked a lot about that.
E
And
esse lugar aqui é o
that
lugar
place
dos
here
ossos,
is the place of
lugar
the
do
onsos,
espírito dos mortos,
the spirits of the
não
dead
fizeram
that didn't
a parte boa aqui na terra.
did the good part here on
Talvez
earth.
seja inferno para vocês.
Probably it's the hell for
Mas
you,
existe esse lugar
but it
aqui.
exists, that place here.
Então, tudo que
So
nós fazemos,
everything that we do,
quando os indígenas falam
when the
que a
indigenous
terra
said
é a
that
mãe,
the earth it's the mother,
tem muito sentido.
it
Nós
has
falamos
many
também,
sense. We
os Baniwa
also
não
say
falam
that the
muito
Maniwas
assim, a mãe
didn't
terra.
say a lot like the
Pai
Mother
é
Earth.
ripai. Nele é uma coisa
It's
que
something
Inhapericuri deixou
In
pra nós.
that Apelicuri let for us
Em
to
outras
live.
palavras,
And in other
essa
words,
terra aqui
that earth here,
É o lugar de
it's the place
descanso
of
do
the
pé do
rest
Criador.
of the food of the Creator.
Estou traduzindo para vocês.
So translating to you culturally,
Então, se a gente
the
tá
rest of the food of the Creator. So if we are messing the place where His food rests, what do you think? Is the Creator happy with that?
Vamos pensar assim.
Let's
né? Por
think
que
like
tá
that.
acontecendo esses
Why
desastres
is happening all those
ecológicos?
those ecological
não sabe.
disasters? We don't
A
know.
gente discutiu em
We
Brasília,
say we talked we discussed in Brasilia in
várias
2015. We
etnias
reunited
pra
many
tentar
ethnies,
dialogar e
tried
entender
to
com
dialogue
cientistas
and understand
naquela
with some
época.
scientists in that time.
E a nossa
And
conclusão de
our
liderança
conclusion
em
of
Brasília,
leadership in
o que
Brasilia,
estava acontecendo em
that
relação a
it
mudanças
what was happening
climáticas,
related to the
desastres
climate changes and
naturais,
natural disasters,
como se,
it's like
a natureza
the
se
nature
vingasse do ser humano.
was in a vengeance against the
Ou seja,
humans.
tá
So
dizendo, não,
it's
chegou o
saying,
limite,
no, it's the limit
daqui
now.
pra frente eu vou
From
reagir.
now, I will react.
E ficamos imaginando
And
um
we
monte de
were
coisa
imagining many
em
things
relação à
in
Terra.
relation to the earth.
Bom, mas
So,
o que eu queria trazer
what
pra
I
vocês,
wanted
essa é
to
a
bring to you,
complexidade
this
do
is the complexity of the
espiritual.
spiritual
Somos
knowledge.
seres espirituais,
We are
temos toda
spirituals,
essa relação
so we
com
have
o
all the
Criador
relation with the
permanentemente.
Creator permanently.
Bom, eu vou
So,
passar
now
esse
pass
aqui.
from this one.
Aqui na Terra,
Here
como é que
on
ela
Earth,
aparece essa questão
how appears
espiritual?
that the spiritual question,
Esse símbolo aqui,
that
símbolo
symbol
da pedra,
here,
petroglifo, e
the
esse aqui
symbol
também.
of the stone, and
Esse aqui é símbolo
this
do
one
meu
is the
clã,
symbol of
Americano aqui, né?
my clan. that it's on the stones that demarcate the earth originally, that is a specific territory of the Baniwa Baripenakewa people, so only that part is from them, it's where they live. In other parts we have other pieces of land, so this one here, it's from Wapoi, so who knows about the Baniwas, it looks like a symbol that Kwai led as a symbol and a memory of the necessity of ceremonials for learning and repass the knowledges and cares with yourself, with the earth where you live. So we say this is the passage of Kariaman. So there are symbols of this one, and we change it in our symbol of the association. So here you have the pepper. This is Baniwa art. They start, how we call that? It's like the alphabet, the vowels of the language, and that to create the handcraft to remember the nature, the animals here, and we are using as a logo to the non-indigenous society, but we, Baniwas, when we look, we know what it is. When we look into that symbol, we know what it means. So it was a way, it was like the scholarship of the time. So the Baniwas, they passed their knowledges, and in a month they were ready to live the life, create, build a house, fishing, knows the forests, medicines, everything. They already know in 30 days for women and men. So, just to show to you how those symbols here, they make us to remember everything that I presented before. I've tried to bring here how we look that we who are indigenous, you say scientific knowledge, we say, okay, but what is scientific knowledge? To try to translate for the communities to accept that, because the communities, when I started to talk about researchers, they said they want to steal our knowledges. They stole our knowledges. They are getting money for using our knowledges. So they look the researcher as a thief of knowledges, right? So I did many efforts. So what is the research? And you must think, oh, what is the traditional knowledge? Nobody can explain those things. But doing the effort, in the case, the science, when we started to work with the researchers, I put 2 people to follow the researchers. One liked about the researchers, and the other one got angry because he didn't like the way that the researchers did the things, many repetitions. Some of them, we researched in 22 communities. He repeated the same thing in each community. So that guy couldn't handle, he didn't like it. At the end he said, André, I don't want to work like that. I'm going to get crazy. And the researcher, it's there to take a shower, so I take a shower for him too. It's in cold, take a shower too. So he couldn't handle that anymore. And the other one liked it. And he liked the science. So just to have an idea how we suffer with that encounter of knowledge in the practical, but it was nice because for me who were leading, discussing, it's important to notice and know that and talk with the researchers, with our partners about how the things were working, because that transparency is pretty important. So the research, what he didn't know, he looks for. So something that I discovered about the research is I will mix some things. I went to France, they asked me to visit some old pieces from in the museum, and I knew that the kings sent the researchers to different places that they knew to register and took plans. So that's why there they have the museum of using flowers, but he wasn't allowed to mention to who took him to identify those plants, because he knew that it has an intellectual property. So he knew that if we knew, we could ask to them. I discovered that. So the research, they look for those knowledges. So the research also, it's not only on production of the science, it's something made over the knowledge of someone else, so you have to register that. Many cases it's not. Maybe, I don't know if I'm saying bullshit, but it's my interpretation. In many cases, we know that we talk with different people, that you go gathering everything in the books that you read. That's how it's done. From that side, I showed to you from Dori, Kuai, Amajo. So they are characters, they have the knowledges, they are histories that we count, and from that it's brought for the plants, for the animals, the birds, the waters, the stones. It's like that, so it has a difference, that knowledge. And that's why I think that knowledge has territory. Generally, it has territory. The Baniuas, we have territories of 3, now we have the market 3 million of hectares, but also it has places of Banua people from here to the other side of the sea. I had an uncle. He said, like, it has something on that, because I have a Baniwa here to talk. He's doing his master degree. For them, through the ceremonials for the protection of the teenager or woman, they mention all those places. The starting point for us in Oiapo Cachoeira, he mentioned that 6 o'clock, starting at 6 p.m. and stopping at 6 a.m. and he arrived in the same place, but he passed in each spot of the earth, in place that he remembers, to protect someone's life. So if you travel, if you get a disease, you won't die, you will be able to recover. So it has protection. So it has territories and places here in Manaus, but above it has a deep place where Pericuri got sick and he could save himself. So the other peoples did those travels, the Tucans, identifying through the map and telling histories about where were those places of history that we have. They are our books, let's say like that. So we could say that all those spaces, for us, it's like to arrive and visit a museum from the 90s, the 80s, so it's like that. So the nature for the indigenous is like that. I mentioned about the spiritual spaces, the waters. It has those comparisons that I did. So another difference that it's big, it's we do many managements here in that site. We produce many solid residues that it's prejudice to the environment. So I think there's difference. It's on it. It exists a law. You know that. Just remember that law about the biodiversity and the protection of the traditional knowledges exists, the Constitution talking about our knowledges, the law of the education too. So this one of the biodiversity, it's specific. I want to remember something that caught my attention in the 2001. It has that event about medical plants. I participated in that time. We had partnerships with the doctor school from the Federal University. I got there. I fought to get into it because I want to hurt. And then I heard there an American doing a research about cat nail. Cat nail she said that she did 100 formulas just with that plant, and that time it didn't have the protection of the biodiversity or the measures to protect those knowledges, but it was a discussion create that. But she caught my attention because with one plant she could create 100 different formulas, and with that for the whole life. it wouldn't work anymore just selling the formulas. That caught my attention, thinking about our knowledges. And in the project that we did together with the Federal University, we identified many plants that we cultivated, and we found into the plants we didn't publish those ones. It has many recipes. We catalog that. We discovered the medicine for cancer, like the eldest it could heal in a week, and the other one said that 14 days. It's a fungus from the leaf. I said that in the COP in Curitiba, but they almost killed me for that. It was something new, but it was hard. I had to escape from the media. We didn't want to show anymore. So it has many medicines, like we could classify into the society of you. We have medicines that it's pretty good, that the elder said, because if you took once, it will be healed. It is a good medicine. If you have a medicine that you have to take into 6 months, that it's a weak medicine. This is how the Banua, they classify the medicines. But just to remember that I brought that one, and so it brought also that question about the protection of the knowledges that law explains about the benefits. So I think our experience from now, we have many resistance in that part about share the benefits with the companies or with researchers too. I had some conflicts here in IMPA. I didn't have anyone because they didn't use those deeper knowledges, but some students from the USP, we thought about the share of benefits because they wanted to research about the malaria, and I knew some medicines for malaria, and they called me to Herd. I wasn't the director of the UNIA, I was for a time, but they called me to Herd, and when I got into the part about share the benefits, the share of the benefits in the head of those people, it was like to give the report. I said, no, it can't be like that. The report, it can't. I discussed that. I know what is share the benefits, and he said, no, but we don't know if it's worth it. So you have questions about that, you talk with me to indicate the medicine that we use for millennials, and you keep with doubts 100% over that. No, but we won't got money because it will be for the government. And how many pills, so how much it is each pill. So they got angry, they cursed me, but the research ended up because we couldn't help each other because about that part of sharing the benefits. So it has many resistances. In the case of the companies that I worked till now, they have a section for lawyers, and when we think it didn't worth it, they didn't sign the contract. The legislation is not clear, not defined, and for us that we live cross borders, if we do a contract in Brazil, it's in the side of Colombia and Venezuela, where we have the Banuas, they can ask about that. In that time, we wanted to work with Natura, with cosmetics. We did 30 different cosmetic plants. We selected 10. We tried to negotiate to generate money for the communities. Okay, but we have no legislation. It's weak. It could be no problem, so we didn't work on that. So just continue. I think this one you know well. We have that problem here. We have that necessity, that new necessity here, and having that discussion about the bioeconomy and that one, that necessity, that permanent necessity. So let me see more here. In the context of indigenous people, we have many invasions into the lands and demands for the demarcation of the land. It's more than 500 demands yet for the demarcation of the lands. And we have infinities of areas that they are suffering conflicts, invasion, so that it's our reality, and we are trying to create and look the bioeconomy like an opportunity to strengthen the indigenous economy. My suggestion is that we could, when talk with us, the agent, call indigenous economy. I don't know, like a component of the bioeconomy, but we need to rebuild that. So that reconstruction, it's why we had many loss of people's languages. We are sacrificed in many ways. So the meaning of the rebuild of the well-lived, the Constitution from '88 brought that expectation, and then we passed to. Me personally, I thought that we were waiting for the whole life, but don't. We suffered recent attacks trying to end up with our rights, and we felt too with the threats, but in that new government we can breathe now a little bit. The indigenous people fought a lot to reassure the rights that we have now, so they are not guaranteed, but a permanent rights, let's say like that. And we need about the sustainability of the Amazon. In that context, that I will tell you, my observation, some failures, I will point some failures. I don't know if the science, the government, the politicians, the scientists, or anyone else, I don't know, I think it failed. That situation about climate change, it's from the 60s to 70s. How many years we have been talking about that as society? And yesterday, I don't remember who said that, that said that we are 3 degrees above the normal. So all the measures, it didn't have any effects, but the contrary, just growing the heat of the earth. So to study the question of the environmental management, the topic here, it was never considered. It's not considered. For example, now the focus is bioeconomy, regional development, money, and go like that. But the environmental education, it's zero in the process. All the editors, they don't support the environmental education. The Brazilian policy decides like that. We have the policy, the education of environment, but it's not something that it's obligatory. If you don't accept, no problem. This is how is our policy in our country. But if we consider those reflections of experience, I see that environmental education, it should be the center of everything, of the education, everything. Because the petrol, the environment, it's messing with something that will bring impact. Everything that we use is from the environment. And why that the education don't start on that? So the world, it's wrong in my vision. We bring the scholar education and space for us to reflect. That's why I think I can talk a little bit with you about our experience. And that science and technology, it can be our ally. And we can mix those knowledges, we can sit together to build something new. It has dangerous things in those languages because of the history that we passed. I heard since the beginning of the chat of the summit, the inclusion. The government talks a lot about the inclusion, but the inclusion, I will criticize that word, inclusion. That inclusion, it's like, okay, come here. This is where you have to come. So who's inviting me?
está num barco que está
It's in the
caminhando
boat
pro
that
abismo, que
it's
o
going
mundo vai
forward to
acabar.
the abyss because the world will end
Estou
up.
interpretando para
I'm
você
interpreting,
pensar, tá?
just interpretation, just to think
Então,
about
como é que
it.
eu vou
So,
entrar
how
nesse
will get
barco
into
se eu
that
vejo
boat
que você
if I
mesmo
see
tá
that
dizendo que
you
não tá na
are
direção
saying
correta?
that it's not in the
O
right
sentido não é
direction?
vem
So
cá.
the meaning is not come here.
O sentido é
The sense is let's sit down, discuss new things. I think I am wrong or you're wrong, so let's find a new solution.
É só para chamar a atenção,
Just to
porque
call
todas
attention
as
because all the
experiências
experiences
da
in
Amazônia
the
que vai
summit of
acontecer
the Amazon
parecem
that it will
bonitas,
happen
mas
looks
será que
pretty,
ela tem
but
potencial para
what if
assegurar e diminuir
it has or it
aquecimento?
doesn't have the potential to reduce
Mas não é isso que a gente está querendo
those
que
climate changes?
aconteça?
So it's not what we
Parar,
want to
diminuir
happen,
aquecimento
to
global?
decrease
E por que a
that,
gente
and why
continua,
we
então,
keep
pensando no ritmo que
thinking
não
in the
ajuda em
rhythm that it
nada em
doesn't
relação a
help
isso?
in anything related
Essa
to
é a
that.
reflexão que eu trago para vocês.
This is the reflection that I bring to you
quando a gente fala
when we
pouco do
talk
caminho da
about
Amazônia,
the way
né?
of the
Tem
Amazon,
grupo
the
de
path of the
estudo que
Amazon. It has
participei,
a
acabei,
group of studies
chamando
that I
para
participated.
fazer análise
They called me
crítica,
to
mudança
analyze the
mudança de experiências e tal,
the
mas
change
não
of
são
experiences, but they are not enough.
suficientes aqueles ali. Quanto tempo
Those
vai
one.
levar?
How long it will take?
E
And
acabei entendendo por estar no governo
I
hoje,
understood
participando
now
do
I'm in the
PPA,
government
os
participating.
especialistas, eles
The
classificam a
specialists,
economia
they
verde é uma
classify
coisa,
the
a economia
green
é outra.
economy, something the bioeconomy is another.
Aqui parece que está no nível de
Here it looks like the level
tecnologias
of
avançadas,
advanced
tem que
technologies that we
aqui
have to fix
é
it,
como
but
se
here
fosse lá
it's
embaixo.
like it's under.
Tentamos colocar no
So we
PPA
try to
termos
put in the
indígena.
PPA, we have indigenous in the
Bom,
project,
gera
so
debate e tal,
we
mas
have
a
some
especialista
debates,
diz,
but the specialists say no, you
porque ela
can't
não
get
tá na
into,
linguagem
because
do
it's not into the language of the
Mas quando que a gente vai
governmental
mudar, então,
plans.
se o
But
Estado
when we will
está
change if the
estruturado,
state
que a
that
gente
it's
não
structured
consegue
and
impor
we
uma
can
palavra nova
put
ali
a
que
new
vai fazer
word
uma
there
mudança
that will
diferente.
do a different change, right?
Bom,
So,
então, só para
just
conversar pouco,
to talk,
os baniwas.
chat a little
Agora,
bit,
não
the
vou só
Baniwas, I
criticar, não, vou
won't
trazer algumas experiências
do some
baniwas para vocês
critics.
ficarem
I will bring some experiences, but new
Aqui,
experiences for you to make some critics
a
too.
gente se esforçou
Here we
para entender
make some
esse
efforts,
mundo.
try to understand that
Por que
world.
Por que janeiro?
Why,
Por que fevereiro,
why is
março,
January,
né?
February,
Eu já
March?
sei mais ou menos, mas
I
não
know
sabia o que
more or less, but at that time I didn't know from where came those words.
E a gente fez
So we
comparativo,
did
que
a
gente olha
comparison that we
constelação no
look
nosso
now
caso.
the constellation in our
Esse
case,
aqui, a gente tá
because
aqui
in this
até
one
agosto.
we are in that month of August,
A estrela
and
que
the
está por
star
cima de
that
nós
is
é uma
over
constelação
us
Manquapidal.
that we call Manquapidal.
Todos esses sinais
All those
aqui
signs
é que os
here,
baniwas
it's
acompanham,
what the
época de
Baniwas they
irrigação,
follow.
época de fazer
The
roça,
time
época de
to
colheita,
do the
época de ir
cropping,
praia,
to go,
época de
the time to go to
organizar
the
festa,
beach, to
época-
organize
época pra
parties,
tudo aqui.
the time to
Época
everything
também
on
não vai
here.
ter muita caça
And
nem
the time that
pesca,
it
então
wasn't
tem
have
que
too
criar
many
outra
hunting
estratégia
and
para se
fishing, so we have to
alimentar
create new
naquele
strategies to
período.
have
Esse a
food in
gente
that
chama
period, and we
de
call that the
eu trago aqui o
I
manejo da
bring it
Amazônia,
here
manejo do
Amazonian
mundo, a
management,
gente
the
fala
management
também.
of the world that we
né?
say to.
É,
And
deixa eu ver aqui
let me
como
see
é
here if what
Esse
we
aqui é
have.
calendário
This
do
one's
povo
the
Turuca,
calendar of
do
the
povo
Turuca people,
tucano.
the Tucan people,
Também no Rio Negro.
also in
Então,
the
a gente
Rio
tem
Negro.
se esforçado
So
no Rio Negro
we
pra
did many
compreender,
efforts to
pra
try to
juntar esse
understand and
entendimento, porque
put
nós
together
somos
that those
brasileiros,
knowledges because we are
né? Não
Brazilians.
somos indígenas, mas somos brasileiros.
We're indigenous, but we are
Precisa
Brazilians, so we
entender a
must
sociedade,
understand the
onde vive, pra gente
society
ter o
where we
diálogo.
live to have the dialogue.
Esse outro
So
conhecimento
this
aqui
other
é do
knowledge
sistema
here is the
agrícola tradicional.
agricultural system of
Eu
the Rio
desenhei
Negro.
isso aqui.
I draw it.
É 2, 3,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to for us to understand what is that traditional system
Essa é a
that we use in
complexidade
the
do
agriculture,
conhecimento,
the
da
complexity of the
organização
knowledge
e do
of the
conhecimento do
organization
povo
and
do
the
Rio
knowledges
Negro.
of the
Então, a
peoples who
gente
live
tem,
into the Rio Negro.
segundo
So we have here,
os formadores
according with the
das
formers
histórias,
of the
nós
histories,
temos aqui os
we have
clãs,
here
nós
the
temos
clans, the
etnias,
ethnies,
povos,
the
nós
peoples. We
temos-
have
começa esse
start
sistema
here
e
that
sistema,
subsystem in
né?
the system.
Mas o Rio Negro, ele tem
But the Rio Negro, it
famílias
has
linguísticas
four
diferentes.
four different linguistic families:
Tucano
Baniwa, Waki,
Oriental,
Tucan,
Nada
Oriental
Hopi
Tucan,
e
Nada
Yanomami.
Hopi, and
Uma parte do
Yanomami.
Yanomami
A
estão com
part
a
of the
gente.
Yanomami, they are
Então,
with us.
cada
So
família
each family,
linguística desse
each
sistema
linguistic
de
family,
conhecimento.
it's a
São muito
system of
parecidos,
knowledge.
mas tem
They have their
três
similarities,
bastante
but it
diferentes
has
entre
two or
si.
three that it's
E
different
nessas
between them, and
diferenças
into those
é que
differences,
estão,
it's
os
where
conhecimentos
are
específicos
the
de cada
specific knowledges
né?
from each
Que
one
começa a partir
that
da forma de
started
contar a origem da
when we start
humanidade,
to
a origem
tell
do
about the
mundo,
origin of the
que vai
humanity
definir
of the
as
world.
nossas
It's what
pequenas
will define
diferenças.
our small
Então, o
differences.
sistema agrícola
So the
tradicional do Rio Negro,
agriculture,
ela foi
the traditional agriculture
reconhecido como
system from Rio
patrimônio
Negro,
cultural
it was
no ano
recognized
2010
as
pelo
a
IFAM,
patrimony,
e
a
a
cultural
gente está
patrimony by
tentando, se
the
esforçando,
Federal
isso
Institute, and we
beneficiou
have been trying
bastante
it
o nosso
that
trabalho da
it was a
pimenta
benefit
banila
for us to
também.
work with the pepper, the
Essas são
Baniwa
algumas
pepper. So those
imagens,
those
só
are
sistema
some
de
pictures
roças,
of the systems
né?
of cropping,
As comidas,
the
as
foods,
receitas,
the
e
recipes,
o tecidos
and
da roça,
the
algumas
tools,
imagens do
and some
sistema de
pictures
roças
of the system
da nossa região.
of
Aqui
our
tem
region.
comida,
And
tem
here
remédio junto.
we have food,
Então, é
medicines
sistema de
together,
roça
so it's
completa.
a
Para quem
complete
chega
system.
no Rio Negro, a gente não
For
faz roça na
who's
beira do
arrived to
Rio.
Rio Negro, we didn't do those
Isso é uma
those work into the
milenar,
near to the Rio Negro. So there's a
estragaria
millennial
as
tradition
beiradas dos
because it
igarapés,
could
dos rios.
mast with
Então, a gente
the
não faz
parts of the Rio Negro. That's why we don't do big agricultural works near to the rivers, and it's a system that we do like 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So who manage that it will start and it will produce more biodiversity of plants in that region.
A gente não só
We
fez
not
isso,
only
mas a
did
gente
that,
andou
but
escrevendo
we have
alguns
been writing
conhecimentos.
some
No Rio Negro,
knowledges into the Rio Negro. No.
No Rio Negro, a gente andou
Into the Rio
escrevendo
Negro,
livros
have
de
been
histórias,
writing some
esse que eu falei de origens.
history
E
books
são de
that
vários
we
outros
talk about
povos, tem
origins,
Baniwas também,
different peoples
né?
who have the
São
Baniwas too.
histórias de origem.
They are
Então a gente pode aprender,
histories of
eu acho que tem
origins,
uns
so we
10
can learn. It
volumes
has a 10, I think it has 10,
lá no Rio Negro.
10 chapters, 10
E
volumes
a
different
gente
into the
no-
Rio
nos
Negro.
Baniwa
And
acabamos
we, the
escrevendo
Baniwas,
sobre
we
bem
wrote
viver
about
também,
the
a
well-lived
partir da nossa
too,
experiência,
using our
liderado
experience,
por mim, e a
literate
gente
by
juntou
me,
nossas experiências
and we
com o
put together our
objetivo de
experiences
manejar
with
o mundo.
the target to manage the world. We know it's hard
Eu
to
vou
manage the
contar pra
world.
vocês
I'll
qual a
tell
história.
you
É como se, segundo os
how,
pajés, como se faz
according
manejo
to
da
the
malária.
shamans, how we do
A
the
malária,
manage
na
of the
ciência,
malaria.
ela vai
The
buscar
malaria,
matar o
into the
mosquito,
science,
tá
it will
certo?
try to kill
Para
the
identificar o
insects. We
mosquito,
try to
tem que
identify the
acabar com o
insects, and we
mosquito.
have
Veneno
to
em cima dele,
finish
tem
with the
que acabar
insects,
com ele.
poison on that. We have to end up that.
Na
So,
tradição,
in the tradition, no.
a casa
The
desse
house of
bichinho
that
está
insect,
aberta.
it's open.
Então, o que o pajé
So
vai
what
fazer?
the shaman will do,
Cerimonial,
he will do a ceremony and he will decrease that door,
ele vai diminuir a malária.
and it will decrease the
O
malaria.
problema não
The
são
problem is
bichinhos
not the
muriçocas,
insects.
pernilongos. O problema é
The
que o
problem
espírito
is that the
daquela
spirit
doença,
of that
o espírito daquele
disease,
ser está solto.
it's around.
Então são
So,
essas diferenças. No
Those
caso,
are the
em relação ao manejo.
differences
As
of in
pescas,
relation to the
a
management
escassez
of
da
that.
pesca,
The
do
fishing,
mesmo jeito.
the same way.
Escassez da pesca, porque houve
The
muita
lack of
exploração, está
fishing,
espantando o
because it has
espírito
many
daqueles animais.
exploration, it's
Está espantando o espírito
it's
daqueles.
keeping
daqueles
them
peixes.
for the spirits of those fishes.
Vou tentar
I
esclarecer
will try
melhor isso.
to
Muita
explain
gente
better. Many people
procura e acha pedra
look
bem
and find
bonitinho,
pretty
pega
stones,
e leva porque
and
pra
they took
eles
and bring
significa
because
milhões, de repente,
for
né,
them
se é
it
diamante,
means
sei lá,
millions
alguma
if
coisa.
it's diamonds, I
Só
don't
que
know.
culturalmente
But
aquele
culturally,
é espírito do peixe, da caça.
that is the spirit of the
Quando
fish, the
leva
hunting. When you
aquela
take
pedra
that stone,
que atrai os
that
peixes,
attracts
que é
the
como se
fishes,
fosse a mãe que maneja aquele lugar,
it's like the mother
onde
that
ele
managed
tirou,
that place.
vai ficar
From
bem
there that
escasso
he
de
brought,
peixe,
it will be
criando problema de segurança
a loss
alimentar
of
no
fishing, creating the
Então
problems
são
with food security.
essas diferenças
So
que
those
nós temos,
differences
né?
that we have
Em relação ao manejo, só
related to the
exemplificando.
management, just giving a
A
small
gente andou
example.
também
We
no Rio
walked too into the
Negro,
Rio
em
Negro
parceria com o ISA,
in partners with ISA,
fazendo muitas pesquisas
doing many
interculturais. Essa é uma
researchers,
revista que
intercultural
são
researches. It's a
publicadas
magazine that they
através do ISA.
publish
Eu
through
acho que já
ISA.
são mais de
I think
50
it had more than
100, eu acho, já,
50 or 100 researchers, intercultural researchers with the schools, working with the indigenous schools.
E a gente chegou a elaborar uma
And we start
proposta
to
do
elaborate a
Instituto dos
proposal from the
Conhecimentos
Institute of the
Indígenas e Pesquisa
Indigenous
do Rio
Knowledges
Negro.
and Research of the
Participei
Rio
muito
Negro.
fortemente
I strongly
elaboração
participated in the
proposta,
creation of that
com a
proposal
ideia de trabalhar
with the
esses
idea to work
conhecimentos,
those
juntar esses
knowledges and
conhecimentos.
put together those
já
knowledges.
elaborou
So
o
we
problema
created
em
that. So
2004,
but the problem is in 2004,
Quando foi concluído,
2014,
quando
when it
passou
was
pro
concluded
governo, pra
and passed to the
linguagem do
government, to the
governo,
language of the
a
government,
presidenta
the
Dilma, na época,
President
foi
Dilma, in
expulsa.
the time it was
Ficou
expelled,
paralisada, tá
and they
lá
stopped.
dormindo.
They
Vai
are
precisar retomar.
resting, so we have to
Eu
retake.
sou da
And
ideia e defensor
I
de
am of
que
the idea
nós indígenas
to
temos que ter
defend
nossas
that we,
próprias
the indigenous, we
instituições.
need our own
poder
institutions
dialogar com
to
vocês.
dialogue with you.
Se a gente não tiver,
If we don't
a gente
have
não tem
it,
igualdade de
we don't have
diálogo.
the equality
estar trabalhando
into the
na
dialogue. We
instituição de
can work
vocês,
with your
ou vocês também
institutions,
nas
or you,
nossas,
we in our
mas
institutions,
a gente
but
ter nossa própria instituição,
we having our
ter a
own institutions, the
possibilidade da gente ter
possibility
igualdade de
to
diálogo,
have the
de
equality
parceria,
between the dialogues and
intercâmbio,
partnerships,
aprofundar esses
exchange,
conhecimentos que eu
get
estou dizendo.
deeper into those knowledges that I'm telling you.
Bom, então dá
So,
para agregar esses
Can
conhecimentos
aggregate those
na minha
knowledges
visão.
in my vision
Na proteção
to the
territorial
protection of the
dos povos
territory and the
indígenas,
indigenous
com
peoples
tecnologia e
with
espiritualidade
technologies and
indígena, dá para
indigenous
trabalhar isso. Para
spirituality. We
transformar
can
isso
work
na
on that. We
linguagem
can
técnica, jurídica.
put that on a
Basta a
technical
gente querer, eu
language.
acho que a gente
I think
consegue.
if we can,
E na
we will.
saúde
If
também.
we
Temos
can, we
medicina
can do that.
tradicionais,
And in the
questões
health, we
culturais,
put
plantas,
that
animais,
to
água,
plants, animals,
precisa
water.
alcançar
They
melhor a
must reach
política,
better the
usar
policies,
tecnologia,
use technology and products.
mas precisa
But
outro lado,
it's necessary the
estar
other
aberto para isso.
side be
Tanto
open
os
to that.
indígenas,
The
assim como os não
indigenous
indígenas,
and
tem
the
que estar aberto
non-indigenous,
para
they
esse
must be
diálogo.
open for
Senão
that
ela não
dialogue.
funciona.
So it
Na
doesn't work.
educação
Into
também,
the education
na
too,
proteção
the
territoriais,
protection of the territories.
Acabei repetindo
I think
aqui,
I repeated
mas
that
conhecimentos tradicionais
because of traditional
associados
knowledge is
à
associated
tecnologia,
to the
né?
technologies,
Na economia,
into
na
the
segurança
economy,
alimentar, na
the food
habitação, na
security,
governança,
the
no
governance,
manejo
the
dos
management
recursos.
of the world.
Acho que é possível juntar
I think
isso.
it's possible
Quem
to
tiver
put
aberto a
all
ele,
that
vamos
together.
experimentar.
Who's open to that? Let's try it.
Bom,
So,
é isso que eu queria trazer para
that's
vocês.
what
Termino
I
com a imagem
wanted
da
to
pimenta
bring to you.
baniwa,
I'll
uma
finish
das
with the
experiências
picture of the
nossa
Baniwa
da
pepper. It's an
produção e
experience of
comercialização.
us, the production and commercialization.
Trabalhamos para
We
gerar
worked
especificamente
to
das
generate
mulheres, que é conhecimento específico
that
das
money for the
mulheres,
money. This is
e a gente
the specific knowledge of the women, and we
levar
put those
geração de
peppers to
renda
generate
para essas
the
mulheradas.
money for those
Algumas
women
mulheres.
and so many women
Através da
who working on
pimenta, a
that.
gente consegue
Through the
contar a nossa
pepper,
história.
we can tell our
História
history,
do povo
our
Baniwa,
history
a
of the
história das
Baniwa
mulheres, a
people,
história
the
dos
history of
amazonais,
the
mas
women.
ao mesmo tempo
But
levar o
in the
nosso
same
sabor
time,
à
we
mesa
can
dos
bring our
brasileiros.
flavor to the Brazilian tables. And I didn't heard anyone talking bad things about the pepper.
Alguns que
Some of
aprenderam
them
a comer, não
who
conseguem mais
learned how
parar de
to eat, they
comer
couldn't
também.
stop eating that because the pepper for us, it's protection of the life. Historically,
Ela é usada pelo Inhapirecuri
it's used by the Iapenicuri to cook
os peixes,
the
a
fish,
carne,
the meat.
para cozinhar ela.
To
E para proteger a
cook
vida da
that,
gente. Se você
to
come
protect
qualquer
our
coisa
life.
sem
If you eat
proteção, ela
something
pode
without
se vingar
protection,
de
it
você.
can get revenge on
Traduzido
you.
culturalmente também.
I'm
Para
translating
aí,
culturally too.
o peixe tá se
Oh,
vingando de
stomachache,
você,
yeah, the
você não
fish is
se
revenging
então
because you
come
didn't
pimenta.
protect yourself. So eat pepper.
Bom, é mais ou menos isso que eu trouxe.
Just one of the
Estou
things that I
disposto
brought to you.
ao
I'm
debate.
here
Obrigado.
to have debate, so thank you. Thank you, André. I think the worries that we have as a science academy to have you here with us, analyze that idea of the dialogue, so understand that as the first step. I think we have time for 2 or 3 questions or comments. Anna and Nicole.
André, muito obrigada. Realmente, você
Thank you so
trouxe,
much. Really, you brought the
reflexões
reflections
muito
that they are important
para esse
for that project that Karen brought. Karen and me, we are proposing for all the academies of the Americas involving the Amazonia initiative. They are challenges that are pretty interesting, to be pretty important. I want to appreciate, I see some points that you brought to us, and we have been involved on that into the law of the access of the biodiversity and traditional knowledges. And I see that law that need revisions, especially to give guarantee of the traditional knowledges. Because the Brazil it has the law, and some countries they don't have, but like you put on your explanation, your people, many Amazonian countries. So that is something that we commented about, and I see like extremely relevant to have that discussion. Another thing that I would like to know where we can buy the pepper. Because I really want to try it. Thank you so much.
Eu vou falar despacio.
Thank you so much.
No hablo portugués.
I don't speak Portuguese.
Tenemos muchos grupos
we have many groups, many indigenous groups, and that year,
la Bienal de Arquitectura de Venecia, el tema era Laboratorios del Futuro. Perú eligió Amazonia y los grupos indígenas
groups, and they are together, and they have coordinates. I have here
todos los calendarios de
articulation,
agua,
water,
bosque, monte, chakra, casa, mes a mes, de acuerdo a los distintos lugares y grupos en toda nuestra Amazonia. El bosque es 770.000 kilómetros cuadrados, y me da mucha alegría de ver que hay tanta articulación. Yo quiero mostrarle luego los calendarios de los distintos comunidades y que era la propuesta para el futuro de la Amazonia, pero también de nuestro país. También, paralelamente, hay universidades indígenas. Una de ellas, en Atalaya, ha trabajado un tema muy importante para el diálogo entre los grupos indígenas y la sociedad, que es la etnomatemática, que permite entender cómo pensamos, cómo racionalizamos unos y otros, y que los unos aprendamos cómo la manera binaria o múltiple de pensar de unos y viceversa. Agradezco muchísimo el esfuerzo, pero también me voy con la alegría de ver cómo todo está articulado. Muchas gracias.
Póngase el traductor. ¿Da? Ok. voy a también hacerlo suave y lento. Muchísimas gracias por su presentación. Me motiva muchísimo el que esté ahora en un ministerio de pueblos indígenas. Me parece que eso es para Brasil y la región un momento muy especial para la historia en realidad de nuestro continente. Yo doy clases de etnoecología en la maestría de biología en Bolivia. Y no sé si usted sabe, pero la mayor parte de los pueblos indígenas en la Amazonía se organizan en talleres, en reuniones, y para la ciencia, porque lo que usted ha
because
presentado
what you
es un
can,
diálogo de saberes entre los
what you're talking
científicos
is about
y
a
los
dialogue
sabios
of
de las
knowledge
culturas.
among the scientists
Pero
and the
hay
people who
siempre
really
un
know
vacío
about culture, but there is
de
always a lackness
documentar
in to
sus
document
tomas de
your
decisiones,
their
sus
decisions,
conocimientos,
their
y siempre
knowledge.
se decía, ¿dónde
And
está
it
el
was always
artículo?
being said,
¿Dónde
where is the
está el
article?
libro?
Where is the book?
Pero ustedes tienen una documentación
But you have got a
cultural muy
cultural
grande.
documentation, very, very
¿Usted conoce
vast.
el IPBES?
Do you know the
Plataforma
IPBES?
intergubernamental
This intergovernmental
de
platform
ciencia
of science
servicios ecosistémicos
and
de las Naciones
ecosystemical
Unidas.
services of the
Hay
United
un
Nations.
grupo de especialistas
There is
que
a
desde
specialist
hace
group
4 años
that's
están
been
preparando
preparing
una evaluación
since for
sobre
4
los
years
conocimientos de comunidades
about
locales
the
y
knowledge
pueblos
of
indígenas.
local communities and
Allí
indigenous
se ha discutido
communities.
precisamente que
It has
cada
been
vez que
discussed
ustedes tienen
exactly
un
that
taller,
every time that you have been
firmen
into
un
a
acta,
workshop, there must be
y
a
esa va a
document
ser la
assigned,
forma de
and this is going to be
documentar su
the
producción.
way to
¿Sabían
document
eso?
the production.
Que
Do
se
you know
va a
that?
citar como si fuera una
Do you know
publicación.
that it's going to be quoted
Bueno, ya lo
as
saben.
a publication? Well, you already know it. Thank you so much.
André, muito obrigado pela sua palestra, excelente. Eu queria apenas tocar num ponto que você mencionou, que, por exemplo, o povo Baniwa ocorre além das fronteiras do Brasil, também na Colômbia, não é? E é Venezuela, o outro país? Venezuela. Eu queria chamar a atenção dos colegas nossos das Academias de Ciência, que o protocolo de Nagoya, que detalha como promover acesso aos recursos genéticos e conhecimentos tradicionais associados e como promover a repartição de benefícios, tem uma previsão no artigo 11 que trata de cooperação transfronteiriça. E isso não foi regulamentado aqui na Amazônia, mas poderia ser regulamentado na Amazônia. Então, isso poderia fazer parte das recomendações dessa reunião aqui em Manaus, né, para que que seja feito um esforço de regulamentação que pode começar com apenas início
Only
de
at the beginning of the cooperation
entre os governos
between the governments and the science academies into the Amazonian countries that eventually
poderíamos envolver os diplomatas e termos acordo mais
it could
formal,
involve everybody like a diplomatical agreement so that it could be discussed in the scope of the ATCO. And I remembered that what we have about nowadays knowledges of the flora, for example, shows that half of the species of plants that occurs in Brazil, they occurred also in the neighbors. So that certainly, I don't know, I don't have here the research about the sharing between indigenous peoples and traditional knowledges, but I think it's high, that level of cross-border sharing. So I think that could be an initiative that we could propose to that group. Thank you.
Tá. Obrigado pelas falas.
Okay, thank you for your words.
Mônica, a outra senhora.
Simone, and the other lady, the other
Esses
one,
que falaram, o professor ali.
the
Bom,
professor.
obrigado
So
pelas
thank you
falas
for
e
your words, and
eu acho que tem
I
tem
think
essa
that we have
oportunidade,
that opportunity
de vocês, eu sei que são
of
das
you.
universidades.
I know you are from the
Eu
universities.
queria
I
propor,
would like to propose,
antes de terminar,
before we
nesse
finish here
comentário,
into the
se essas
comment,
universidades
if
pudessem criar
those universities they could create a department
de conexões,
of
de
connections
conhecimentos
of indigenous
colocar indígena
knowledges,
lá pra
put
trabalhar
indigenous there to work
Esse seria
together.
desafio
That would
enorme.
be a big
junto.
challenge,
Além
right?
desses
And beyond
criações
those
específicas
specific
de matemática
creations,
e outras coisas específicas. Se tiver gente
and if it has people certainly formed on that. So it would be important to create it because the indigenous, each one they have those knowledges and they must connect those knowledges between them because they must find those solutions. Me, I would like to ask for the support in relation to the necessity of the creation of those institutions of the indigenous participation into the scope of the TCO. I don't know how, but something that way that the indigenous peoples they could participate and to influence those policies into the Amazon. It would be important. So I want to appreciate the comments about to give value to that space of the knowledges and say thanks for the invitation. Marcus talked to me to be here, and Vitor who took care of the communication for me. Thank you so much. I appreciate the secretary who let me come because they almost didn't let me come. But I appreciate because she understood it was necessary to be here, so I want to appreciate, say thanks by the Banua people to share our experience. Thank you so much. Then you have to tell us where we can buy the pepper. The pepper, we have a website that is Arte Banua, the name. You can buy in big quantities. In that case, now we are producing a house of pepper. We had some issues in the pandemic period with other houses for big quantities through the website or to direct consume here in Manaus. It has near to the São Sebastião Lake into the Amazonian Gallery. It has there. It doesn't have direct with us only asking for, or through me. I have people who are there. They take care for that, and we can send it.
Okay. We will now have the discussion.
Então agora vai ter uma discussão e apresentação para a aprovação do Ianas Manaus. Eu vou convidar a professora Helena Nader e a professora Karen.
Oh, okay. So first, thank you for that wonderful
Obrigado.
talk. Obrigado pela palestra.
Obrigado pela sua palestra.
Fantástico.
Foi incrível.
Não levantei minha mão.
I didn't raise my hand because I didn't want to delay it, and Lena really wanted. She got angry with me, but thank you.
Estou com medo da Helena.
I'm afraid of Helena now.
Estou brincando.
I'm just
Estamos aqui,
making a joke.
everybody, all the academy people know
Todas as
about
academias,
this
as pessoas da
letter
academia, elas
statement,
sabem sobre
which we thought we needed to produce something that was a commitment from the academies for ourselves, but also that will be presented when we go to Belém at the meeting of the, well, for the presidents or the ministerios. Do we know yet where we're presenting this?
We're going to send that to the Minister of Foreign, that was
Ministério
here,
de Relações
Ricardo,
Exteriores.
as well as Professor Marsha, who is here from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. So this decision is not going to be just a paper to be around. We are going to give it and try to influence. It doesn't, and what is important, right, Karen, is that with this statement, we have something to move forward. And I think would be good if you read it all, don't you think? Because it's just one page, and the inclusion in red is not going to make sense if you don't have the whole sentence. And then we can check if something else is missing, okay?
So I'm sorry, I apologize. Okay, I apologize to everybody that you have to listen to me read this document, but I will try to read it quickly. So the Inter-American Network of Academies of Sciences, Ianas, was founded in May 2004 and unites the academies of science of 24 countries of the Americas. This regional network was created to support cooperation towards the strengthening of science and technology as a tool for advancing research and development, prosperity, and equity in the Americas. I'm finding some typographical errors that we'll fix. Okay, well, but just like putting the commas in the right places. Okay. Therefore, Ianas is in the unique position to provide an independent source of policy advice to governments and to society. And this was a suggestion that was made after. The reason we're bringing this to you is because we don't want to submit a document that was not uniformly approved. So anything in red were suggestions that were made after the point that we got more suggestions than this, but we filtered them out to the ones that we thought added content that was non-controversial. So from the noddings of the heads, it looks like we were okay on this one. And to society, and that was because our academies do more than talk to governments. In fact, some of our academies don't talk to governments as much as we wish they could. On key, okay, so we're talking to everybody, governments and to society on key scientific and technological issues to address challenges such as poverty, inequality, climate change, and environmental degradation. Solutions to these challenges are essential for sustainable development. We hereby commit to support and endorse the efforts for the regional sustainable and equitable development through partnerships among the governments of the Amazon region and their science academies. And here we list all the academies, so I'm afraid my accent will be bad. Do I need to read them? Academia Nacional de Ciências de Bolívia, Academia Brasileira de Ciências, Academia Colombiana de Ciências Exatas, Físicas e Naturais, Academia de Ciências do Equador, Caribbean Academy of Sciences Guiana Chapter, Academia Nacional de Ciências del Peru, Academia de Ciências Físicas, Matemáticas e Naturais de Venezuela, e the Académie de Ciências France for French Guiana, and the Foundation for the Advancement of Scientific Research in Suriname. And I think, as everybody knows, we made an effort at this meeting because there are 3 countries that are not yet part of Ianas because they don't have academies of sciences. We hope that maybe this event will be the beginning of an initiative that will bring these 3 countries in the Amazon into our network. So that might be another advantage of this process. Our academies have undertaken studies on diverse areas of knowledge of the Amazon region in the last decades. Some of our member academies and the scientific community also participated in the 2021 assessment report prepared by the Science Panel for the Amazon SPA that engaged multiple global voices to cover 1, the Amazon as a regional entity of the Earth system, 2, human presence and sociocultural diversity in the Amazon, 3, sociocultural ecological transformations in the Amazon, and 4, the solutions base for finding sustainable pathways for the Amazon. And we all heard that wonderful talk yesterday from Andrea about SPA, so we know that a lot of the concepts that we included in our letter come directly from that, completely plagiarized. So, more or less. Given the global importance of the Amazon biome, it will require efforts from all nations, especially those from the Americas, to embrace the following goals. A comprehensive strategy for preserving the Amazon that entails the conservation, restoration, and remediation of ecosystems and biodiversity. Elena and I are sure that biodiversity was in earlier versions of this, but somehow when we reread this, it wasn't there. We don't think this is controversial, and everyone would agree that obviously it should be included. So am I right? Are we right? I think so. Okay, good. But we didn't want to insert it without approval. This includes a sustainable bioeconomy based on healthy forests and flowing rivers, and investments in research and education and the reinforcement of regional governments to enhance a fair and sustainable management of natural resources, human rights, and territorial integrity. And again, in earlier versions, some of which many of you commented on, there was some negotiation about the exact wording of the fair and sustainable management. And so, again, it got lost or changed to the point it was unrecognizable, and a suggestion to include this was added. Monica?
So I don't think it's necessary to say remediation of ecosystems and biodiversity. I think it's enough to say remediation of biodiversity, because it includes ecosystems, species, and genetic diversity. Or do you want really to highlight both?
I think we want to highlight both, and one of my reasons, it may be different from others, and I'll let Braulio speak in 1 second, is that I know that at least in the funding world, they were really separated out, and even in things like the Brazilian management plans for the environment, they went from species to biomes. So I think in many realities, it is an important distinction. Braulio?
I agree with Monica's comment, but there's no harm in leaving both ecosystems and biodiversity. I want to stress another issue on this first goal. Preservation is a very restrictive concept that you try to preserve without humans. So it's preserving nature without humans. If we use the word conservation, conserving the Amazon, that's a broader concept that includes also humans. So maybe we could think about changing. On the first,
so that it would be a strategy for the conservation of the Amazon. Oh,
yeah.
Wait, can you go back, please?
Can you go back, please?
We only need the part, don't touch it, don't change anything because of the preservation, restoration, and remediation.
Or you can
So not
just
to repeat the word twice.
comprehensive strategy for the Amazon that entails the conservation. Just get
Yeah.
rid of the word
take
preserving.
Take preserving out.
could be.
Okay, let's do that.
Or
Yeah,
for-
Everybody agree?
yeah. Or for
Yeah.
protecting. Protecting is also a
For-
broad concept.
Yeah, we don't need it. We can just make it shorter.
Yeah. Okay.
But don't you think if you put protecting, you're going also to narrow down? I think if we leave a comprehensive strategy for the Amazon, it's broader, doesn't narrow down. It's my opinion, but it's up to the assembly here.
And we could go even further to the point. So comprehensive strategy for the conservation, restoration, and remediation of ecosystems and biodiversity of the Amazon, something like that.
Okay.
We really want to be careful we don't get into rewording everything, so we'll make this change because I think it was a conceptual correction.
Yeah, and the meaning
And it
is
shortens it.
exactly the same.
Right.
May I say something? I think it's good because that's why I ask you to read, because it's in there, even though we should maybe bold the word investments, because we have discussed it, and yesterday, Alejandra, she mentioned that it was very important to have in the statement the word investments, and we have investments in there. So I was concerned that I couldn't remember by heart if we had the word. It's there. I hope they read it.
No, we're not, but we're not going to bold it
No.
in the letter. It was just to call attention. So,
But it's there.
okay,
which is-
so this is all good? Everybody's happy with number one? I'm not worried about the U.S. National Academy questioning that. They'll be fine with that, okay? No, because we have to get our presidents. Implementing a groundbreaking bioeconomy model centered around healthy forests and flowing rivers founded upon scientific knowledge and expertise from indigenous peoples and local communities, leading to technological advances. No change there. Ending of deforestation, forest degradation, intentional fires, and illegal mining throughout the region by 2030. Science, technology, oh, sorry.
Sorry for taking the floor again. So the need for science, where is that? It's, is it in the first bullet? Yes, investments in research and education. Couldn't it be stronger? So there's a need to increase the funding for science and technology in the region. That's something that Adalberto has been fighting for. So, for example, in the Brazilian Amazon, it contributes to some 10% of the national product, but it receives less than 3% of the science and technology investment of the country.
I just read a bill, I just read something you wrote about this too, in terms of funding distribution. I think that's a great idea. We can just change, it to just say, in the first one, right before investments, increase investments. This includes, I just want to read the English. This includes a sustainable bioeconomy based on healthy forests and flowing rivers, increased investments would be the right English. Yeah, okay. Increased investments in research and the reinforcement. Increase its past, yeah, for the English it reads better. I'll read this over again in English because there were some a little bit awkward grammar in the first part, but it won't be changing words. Yeah. I'll read it one more time. This includes a sustainable bioeconomy based on healthy forests and flowing rivers, increased investments in research and education, and the reinforcement of regional governments to enhance a fair and sustainable management of natural resources, human rights, and territorial integrity. Just to see how happy you are, Adalberto. Oh no, now Fabio.
Eu não sei se é nesse item ou embaixo.
Or under, but yesterday the exposition of Peru showed the climate of showed the organized crime of Peru, and here in Brazil, the organized crime in Brazil, they have association with the other organized crimes that they live in the Amazon. So we have to understand and better about those criminals because they act in other countries. So when we talk this item C, I think we have to mention the lack of organized crime to the region. Because we didn't see any expression about that. And nowadays, the problem of Brazil is in relation to the Amazon is the organized crime. I don't know if Peru it happens the same, but I thought it was Peru that showed crimes in Peru. So I could mention the organized crimes in that text, that paper.
Bom, a minha sugestão vai ser isso, porque é novo conceito, é um conceito importante. E nós esperamos que vamos ter mais.
I think that we will have different concepts, probably into the next paper, depending if it has something.
Ending of deforestation is Victor typing,
And
ending of deforestation, forest degradation, intentional fires, and illegal mining and illegal activities such as mining. I think because everybody mentioned mining, that was really impressed me. I think we want to have mining in there, but I like the suggestion, whoever made it, of illegal activities such as mining. But then it would have, no, but then illegal, but the English doesn't work. I think the English, if you put illegal mining and other illegal activities. Suriname, sorry.
Thank you. I think that illegal mining is one thing, that's a legal thing, an illegal thing, but I think that maybe you should say that it is the mining that is happening in a way that is polluting, that is damaging. So I wonder if in illegal you already have the aspect of, because illegal, that is something that you shouldn't be doing it. In itself, illegal mining is not harmful, but illegal mining using mercury is harmful. So I think that maybe you should include something that's specifically focusing on mining that is damaging the forest. I don't know if you, polluting, yes.
Mike, Beatriz, please.
that the mining, if it's legal but it's harmful, will be included in the first point. A comprehensive strategy for the conservation, restoration, but those are legal activities. The illegal ones are the ones that they have to point out, I think.
Yeah, but we need to say the word mining.
No, the
because
illegal
mining
should
is
stay.
really a tragedy. What happened here in Brazil, the killing of the British reporter and the indigenous was for illegal mining and madeira, lumber.
Elena, I think we have to leave the illegal mining, but what they're requesting is to add mining that is legal but is harmful for the Amazon. And I think that is included in the first point. We're not saying all the problems that they have that are producing.
We could say intentional fires, mining, and other illegal activities. Okay, so let's see what it looks like. Can we see that? Say intentional fires, mining, and other illegal activities.
But if the mining is not harmful, no.
Against mining. Mining can be good if performed in the right way, because you don't want to break down the economy.
No. That's why I say that it's included up.
Repeat the word illegal.
But we could think of a synonym for illegal. Illegal mining and other criminal. Yeah, okay, let's try that. Illegal mining and other criminal activities.
No.
Oh, Jeremy, I don't know, did you get all the questions here? Oh,
No,
okay, yep.
no, I think,
Okay,
No.
4.
no, I think illegal mining have a meaning in the Amazon. It's not about the illegal activity, it's a concept of people doing things that are not allowed by the governments. Just people going there and doing things. I told you yesterday, the legal mining in Venezuela is quite dangerous. The legal mining is quite dangerous. I told you yesterday, yes, that no in every country is the same thing. We have differences. So I think what he was pointing out is the correct thing. So it's the mining that is getting dangerous and is doing damage to the ecosystem and the biodiversity. That's the point. It's not about illegal. It's about the bad thing of doing mining.
I think it's right to write illegal mining and other criminal activities. Yes, this is the right way.
So Jeremy.
Why don't you say intentional fires and other activities such as mining that pollute the environment? So you just say, and other activities such as mining that are polluting or cause pollution of the environment.
Ending of deforestation, forest degradation, intentional fires.
And other activities such as mining.
Other illegal, no.
No, you don't put illegal. And other activities such as mining.
Other activities such as mining.
That pollute the ecosystems.
I think we make this. I think, Elena, I think we have to be really careful that we don't make too many substantial changes here. It's a lot of people were shaking their head no's, but let's highlight this so that. But we need to have the original back there. Victor, can you add the original? so that we can just see what we're taking out? Okay. So just, you can, no. That's the original, but we need to keep that in there with, so it shows it crossed out with the new change so we can see what we're changing. No, so just cross out illegal mining and then add the thing that Jeremy just suggested, which was that use track changes, right? Okay, so we would say ecosystems and illegal mining should be crossed out, and well, okay, that's okay. But this isn't what we had, what we changed it to.
That's the original, and now.
No, we're just leaving it for comparison because we can't make changes without.
Because some presidents are not here and they have approved the initial text. And we need substantial change. We need to go back. And then we won't have a carta from Manaus, the letter or declaration from Manaus. And I think the most important is to have the declaration. So let's try to move around.
Just one wording. I was thinking intentional fires and pollution from mining, perhaps. Pollution from mining, no? Mining?
Illegal mining, the legal mining should not pollute. That's the concept of science. If our governments are approving legally the use of mercury for mining, then we should move towards that, because that's the point. I don't know how to change that, because it's a different concept. Because legally, mercury has been banished. Let's say this. We all know that. So we can't, as scientists, admit that we should then explain locally. That's the point. I don't know how.
So because we have changed two different things, and we're only showing the original, and there's two concepts that changed with the second one. So one concept was illegal mining and other criminal activities. Everyone wants that, so let's get that back in. Illegal mining and other criminal activities. But highlight the new part, please. Can you highlight the new part? Okay. And then the second concept that was then introduced on top of it is that there are two kinds of mining. One that is illegal, which we say here, and the other that is not illegal, but should be illegal. Because it causes pollution. I'm afraid that is accurate, but I wonder if could we all see, maybe we can find a way to see what Beatrice saw in the first statement, that it's already implied, or I don't know, do you want to answer this? Solve this problem?
Yeah, just to add something. Illegal mining is not just a matter of pollution by mercury or any other thing. But illegal mining means pollution, environmental degradation, social deterioration, In Brazil, we have a lot of social problems around mining. So I think illegal mining should be, should be used because it's a well-known expression that includes all these points.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so do we agree our presidents have all signed off on illegal mining? And we're adding and other criminal activities which no one will object to because our presidents are against criminality. So let's get rid of D and go with C and record it in the minutes of this end for thinking in the afternoon or the next session when we start. Let's get some of these other points about how maybe what we can do is build on those ideas to actually make those points in the next thing that this explanation of the different kinds of mining and where science can help define it. We have 2 more comments and then we're going to move on. So Wilson and then.
Yeah. I think that we're still missing one point that is quite relevant, which is the question on health, the health quality of the. Oh, it's
that
down
comes
there.
later.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. There was a question.
Me da pena volver hacia atrás, pero es que me he quedado aquí con una duda y yo no podía dejar de decirlo. No comprendo por qué quitar preservar. El Amazonas es un espacio grande con ecosistemas relevantes que te proveen servicios ambientales. Por consiguiente, tendrá lugares donde hará conservación, pero evidentemente hay sitios y espacios que necesitan preservación por los servicios ambientales que prestan. De hecho, hay muchas áreas protegidas.
That I offer, there are many protected areas as preserved. So when you are talking about preserving, you are not talking about the big ecosystem, but also the big space that deserves it. So according to this point of view, I think that it should be kept, the word preservation.
Did you all pay attention? We need to decide that, please. Bring back the word
Vamos a traer
preservation, because as our colleagues
la cuestión de la preservación.
Preservation, we have in the huge area of the 9 countries of the Amazon, several preservation areas. So we need to decide. Braulio, what is our idea? You started.
Sure. One option, as IUCN does, is keep both concept, preservation and conservation. That's a possibility. The issue behind all of this is that there's no pristine Amazon forest anymore. For thousands of years, they have been managed by humans. So the whole idea of preservation is based on the concept that there exists pristine ecosystems that needs to be preserved without humans. That's a wrong concept. But he's right. We do have legally established protected areas aiming at preservation. So we do have that. So one easy solution would be to go for the solution that IUCN has been using. Keep both words, preservation and conservation.
So I think...
And how about saying what you said? Preservation of areas, of established areas.
I think it's too detailed. I think this is simpler because it encompasses...
A solution would be to keep both words, both concepts.
So it would then read a comprehensive strategy for the preservation, conservation, restoration, and remediation of ecosystems and biodiversity of the Amazon. I think that is that your okay, great. So now we're getting to the end here. Science, technology, and innovation play. Oh, sorry.
Andrea,
The one
please.
before? Oh, let's go back. Let's go back then. The next one, the one I'm reading. Oh, so this is my preview? Okay. Do you want to, should I read it and then you can speak? Okay. Okay. Science, technology, and innovation play crucial roles in addressing the challenges faced in the Amazon region.
Yeah, so right there. So this one, and it's just, how do you say, a comment about, I think that I really like the letter, so I think that we have done a great job. So I think it's wonderful. The only thing that I would like to put the positive side of science, technology, and innovation, not just addressing the challenges, but also, you know, we are providing more than that. So science, technology, and innovation play crucial roles in, you know, the discovery and the understanding, the knowledge.
In the last sentence?
No, in the first one.
No, but I'm saying, do we get, I think we address your concern in the last sentence of that paragraph. It can help, it's about science still. Oh, thank you. This sentence, it can help in understanding the complex ecological dynamics of the Amazon and provide data-driven solutions for sustainable resource management. Does that, I mean.
Yeah. I didn't want to lose the beauty of discovery in some ways, not just addressing challenges. We do that too, but also, you know, there are many, many scientists that are doing basic science, and we
So
like
that's
to
the
communicate that
so there are 4 ideas in this paragraph, and 2 of the ones you named come later. So I think what you're suggesting, rather than repeating it, might be reordering the points. So maybe, I'll just read what we have here, and then everybody think about if there's a better sequence for the concepts, and then we can adjust the wording to make sense, okay?
Wonderful.
Yep. Okay, let's try that. Before I do that, Braulio, were you gonna just do it? Or should... Right. So these are the 3 concepts, or the 4 concepts. So the first concept, forget it's a paragraph. Let's just read 4 sentences. I don't know if I can I've lost my, okay. Science, technology, and innovation play crucial roles in addressing the challenges faced in the Amazon region. That's one concept. And the negative one, the challenges, or positive, meeting challenges. An adequate development model requires a comprehensive approach to ensure sustainable production and consumption of natural resources while promoting social and economic advances. Science provides the necessary insights and knowledge about the region's ecosystems, biodiversities, and the impacts of human activities. Science can help in understanding the complex ecological dynamics of the Amazon and provide data-driven solutions for sustainable management. So the question, Braulio. So wait, sorry. Before we go to Braulio, so we have all the ideas of what you wanted in there. Okay, good. Braulio, are you going to suggest a way of sequencing?
Yes, the paragraph contains the main ideas, but I agree with Andrea, because usually the first sentence is the one that provides the broad introduction of the paragraph. So I think to balance and to agree with Andrea on the first sentence, we could add addressing the challenges and opportunities faced by the region, or something like that.
I think that's good. I think that's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think adding that is okay, but not changing the order, because this is directed to politicians. So we really want, I mean, although we are the main defenders of basic sciences, it does have to show the utility, I think. So I really like the order, not changing the sentences.
So we'll just add addressing the challenges and opportunities faced in the Amazon. I like that a lot because that also anticipates what comes next. Okay. Oh, Jeremy.
Would you should, I don't think face should be there in that case if you have the challenges and opportunities in the Amazon region, because you don't face opportunities. So I would say.
That's right. Okay, perfect. Hopefully I would have cut that in the edit, but maybe not. So good that you did. All right. So we're all good with this paragraph. And so it's amazing, isn't it amazing how one word can change, you know? Yeah. Back where? Yeah. A development model. Okay, so we could say, the suggestion is to say, so let me read. It would say, a development model, or we could say development models.
Development models better.
Require. Okay, we'll change this with track changes to say development models require a comprehensive. And then take this part out and adequate, and that's a capital D. What? An adequate?
Yeah, so it's redundant to use the adequate.
Adequate development. I personally don't know what adequate means in this context. When you think about it, what does it mean to you, Beatrice? With a microphone. Can you breathe?
It will not. It has to be something that helps.
How about effective?
Okay.
So Jeremy and some of the other native English speakers, adequate has a second meaning in English. It can be like just enough, just barely enough. It's just enough. So that's why I'm a little concerned. I sort of agree with Adalberto.
I would suggest something like appropriate or effective.
Effective captures the meaning. So this is amazing that that we're finding these small changes. Effective development models. Yeah, exactly. Require. Yeah, that's fixed there. Require effective development models. The S is taken out. It's already fixed. Okay. Yeah, but you can't see it, but it's crossed out. It's crossed out. Yeah, no, that captures the, because adequate is really, and that's the thing, it means like just enough. We have just enough time to finish this. We have adequate time to finish the letter. Okay, so, but I want to read this again just because we changed some of the sense. So let's see if it captures some of the opportunities and effectiveness. Science, technology, and innovation play critical roles in addressing the challenges and opportunities in the Amazon region. Effective development models require a comprehensive approach to ensure sustainable production and consumption of natural resources while promoting social and economic advances. Science provides the necessary insights and knowledge about the region's ecosystems, biodiversity, and the impacts of human activities. It can help in understanding the complex ecological dynamics of the Amazon and provide data-driven solutions for sustainable resource management. Good. That's nice. Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. However, yeah. However, it is crucial that I do this with my students. We read out loud and fix things.
Yeah, but we need to include the health.
Yeah, no, it's at the very end. Yeah. However, it is crucial that the it's crucial that the development model for the Amazon responds to the demands and aspirations of the societies living in the region. The model should be inclusive and consider the social, cultural, and economic dimensions, as well as the environmental aspects. Yeah.
I think in some nations it's very important to put in climate change, global climate change. Maybe
we're going to have it. Because in that paragraph, I don't, it doesn't make sense. We can add that in the last paragraph or later on the second. We're going to have it.
But maybe just an idea to consider. The model should be inclusive and consider the social, cultural, and economic dimensions, as well as environmental aspects and coming climate change impacts, something like that. It doesn't matter if it's there 2 times. Because the importance, one of the main reasons for this is that we are trying to are we trying to adapt better and have a more efficient model for climate change too?
Yeah, you're right. Only that I don't think, that's my position. I'm going to be very, as usual, very blunt and clear. I don't think the purpose of the Amazon is to be responsible for climate change. Globally, we need to be responsible. We need to state that because it's a burden that we're going to put just on a small fraction of the global population. That's my position. I think it's really, I don't think, when we say environmental, social, cultural, we're talking about people. Then at the end we should add, that's my position. I don't think the climate change is the most important for the region. Climate change is a global problem, and all countries, they're not doing that.
There's a place to, if we want to talk about climate, we could put it here where we already say mitigation of global environmental problems.
In the
then
last
we could put something on climate in there. But I just, while we're reading this out together, I wanted to ask if, I thought it was a little strange just now as I read it, to read, it is crucial that the development model. Is there only one model, or should we say that development models? However, it is crucial that development models for the Amazon respond to. Okay, yeah, so we need to fix development models for the Amazon, respond to the demands and adaptations. The models, and then the next sentence, the models should be inclusive and consider, okay.
That's why, Catherine, I don't like the idea of putting the burden of climate change for the societies in there. In the next one.
Okay, so we're good, moving on. Yeah, let's go back. Can we go up a little bit just to see how the last one, science, technology, so science can help in understanding the complex and the complex ecological dynamics of the
maybe we don't need the however.
Yeah, I
Take
think
out
so.
the however.
It is crucial, exactly. But then, oh, thank you. But then I want to do one other change in the last paragraph. Is if we're going to start this one, again, this is me using English. If we start with it is crucial, then go back to the last sentence of the paragraph before. I think we should say science again. Instead of saying it can help, here we're talking about science. We should say science. We can say science 3 times. We want to make the point about science. For the end. Okay, we'll get there. Yep, the next paragraph. We're environmental. I'm not worried about it. But let's finish. Let's take out the it. Science can. Okay. So now we have thank you. Can you go down again now to it is okay. Now this is great because now it's the it. So that was a great suggestion.
The idea was
to start mitigating the effects
over the environmental aspects,
as well as
mitigating the effects, the adverse effects of climate change.
The models should be inclusive, and this is another suggestion that was made. So now it is crucial that development models for the Amazon respond to the demands and aspirations of the societies living in the region. The models should be inclusive and consider the social, cultural, and economic dimensions, as well as the environmental aspects, as well as to mitigate the effects of adverse climate. So let's see if we can get climate in somewhere. Well, let's go on and we can come back. Let's see if it fits better in the next one. Okay. Go back. Can you go back up, please, Victor? Up. Okay.
Can't you continue with the .com? I don't know how you say it in English. It can help and leave it as it was. Why do you have to put science again there?
Well, it's a style thing, because I think it's personally think it's better to say science 3 times than it is to say it in the, here. Okay. It's only because we took out the however. So the however in the next paragraph it broke up the it's. So, but because we took however out, then we've got it. It refers to science, but now suddenly we're referring to. We're not referring to science now, so that's why the only reason. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay.
No, it needs an emphasis of the population. It does all of that for global effects. But here, it's a paragraph specific for the ones who live in the region. The name of our program was Science by and for the Amazon. And we need to make it clear. That's
I think
that's my position.
That was a big part of our motive. Okay, last question about this one, and then we have to move on. Up 2 more. Okay.
In
3 more.
In the third line, when you write this is essential.
We haven't gotten to that yet. We're not there in the essential yet. We're still in the it is crucial. Okay.
Now that I read it all again, I think the however does stand. Can you read it? Can you, because
okay. Yeah, it's hard because of the page
it says, I mean, it comes science, 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 but this science has to be responsive to the societies. So I really think the however is better. Because if you take away the however, I understand it like it has to be only focused on the societies. That's my interpretation.
That's why we put it in.
That's why we
So
have it.
I think that however has
So-
to stay.
Okay, so we'll go back to it here, so that makes someone happy. Beatrice is happy, and then we'll it, so it's okay now, and then we'll leave the however. Does that, you understand the rationale? So what another thing people could do is say, importantly, it is crucial.
For the people. Yes, however, I completely agree. It shouldn't be, because, of course, even if our science is for the animal, for the plant, but it should be in the macro for the people, for the improvement of everything that we are talking about. So please, it's crucial for the development, how you are saying, and I completely agree with Professor Elena. It shouldn't be a weight for the region. Global change is for everybody, not only for us. We are not responsible for it, but because so now the phrase is perfect. Cut off the however. It's crucial. If you want, science is crucial.
You could importantly change this, however, to importantly, and then, because you are right about, again, about the subtleties of language of it sort of looks like an opposition. And what we really want to say is, in addition,
In addition or furthermore.
Furthermore, yeah.
Furthermore, it is
furthermore.
crucial.
Furthermore, Braulio? Just single words, furthermore. Quase. Now eles estão felizes, é um produto com a
Todo mundo participando.
Fico contente de ver os alunos.
On the next paragraph.
Furthermore, it is crucial that development models for the Amazon respond to the demands and aspirations of the societies
there
living
is
in the
an
region.
Further, F-U-R.
Further, no, that's furthermore.
Yeah, there is an R.
Yeah, Braulio, and then we'll go on.
On the next paragraph.
No, we're not there yet.
No, it's on the collective engagement.
Yeah, we haven't started reading it yet.
Okay.
Is it in the first sentence? Well, I'll read it. I'll read it because other people haven't caught up.
It's a general question.
Yeah.
Is it just enough to refer to the relevance of collective engagement of Ianas academies, or are we going to use this opportunity of this statement to propose something about the next steps of how Ianas academies can better work together?
That is the plan. That's why we're here. We could have all done this online. I mean, we did do this, well, we wouldn't have had this, this interaction.
This interaction.
Right, right.
It's great.
So if we need, with that comment in mind, then the question is, as I read the next paragraph, do we need to change any of the words? So let's look at that. The collective engagement of the Ianas academies will provide evidence-based advice for policymakers at the local, regional, and global levels on subjects regarding the Amazon and its connection to topics related to global environmental changes. This is essential as these important food, there should be a comma after essential. This is essential as these important, as these, oh, sorry. This is as, no, take the comma out, I read it wrong. This is essential as these impact food and water, security, health, biodiversity, loss. Oh, there's a monkey. There's, what God? It's a squirrel monkey. This is our Siberian.
Karen's friend came to greet her.
Watch the for movement. It's yeah. There's one and there's one. These are squirrel monkeys.
Hay varios.
Sorry. No, it's Samir, squirrel monkey. Aqui. Aqui. See, there's one right there. So this is the problem of having a primatologist. And Marcus.
Karen, you know, one thing is very, very important. It's a nexus, water, energy, and food for security. So we could not put, because
Children, back to the board.
It's food,
back
energy,
to the classroom.
Water, please.
Oh, okay. Agora, Helena está. Me desculpa.
Não, foi ótimo. Eu adorei. I told her this morning that they would come to visit her, and they did.
Where's the big one? The big one is John.
They are cute, but not as cute as the muriqui.
I know where you're looking.
Right? Muriqui é muito mais charmosinho. Mas they are really cute.
Bugiu aqui, o ateles, o macaco-aranha. Tem duas espécies, two species. There's the squirrel monkeys, and I can't see the other one, but it's either bugiu or barbado. Sorry.
We're going to go around and you can visit them.
Okay. So I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, everybody. I jumped when I saw them because I'm looking at Elena and I saw them. So that was sweet. Okay. Let's finish this. We have a lot of work to do. I'm going to start with the collective engagement of the Ianas academies will provide evidence-based advice for policymakers at the local, regional, and global levels on subjects regarding the Amazon and its connection to topics related to global environmental changes. A long sentence, but it's okay. This is essential as these impact.
Here is where we have to change.
I don't like the way this one reads. I stumbled twice when I read it.
The nexus is water, energy, and food security.
This is essential as these impact food and water security, health, biodiversity loss, and natural disasters. So this sentence it's written wrong. Yeah. Okay.
Water, energy, and food security.
So this is essential. So what is essential? The collective.
Karen, probably was deleted on going back and forth. There's a lack of a word.
Yes.
I would say I would change the beginning of the sentence. The collective. Not this, but what is essential? There is not a global level.
I know, there's something missing there. Right. So let's So let's find the subject. Jeremy, help me here. The collective engagement of the Ianas academies. That's not the subject. No, I'm reading the whole sentences. Will. Oh, so we're changing. This engagement is, okay, so it would be through the collective engagement of the Ianas. Yeah, we can just leave the first sentence and say this engagement is essential, or this collaboration.
This network.
This network is essential, but it's not the network that is impacting these things. That's what's wrong. We switch the subject.
It's important to
right. Well, I think it was supposed to be something like, regarding the Amazon and its connection to topics related to global environmental changes, which impact food and water. No, I think it used to say which there. It used to say, yeah, it says related to global environmental changes, comma, which impact, so comma after changes, which, and then erase everything onto impact, which impact food and water security, health, biodiversity loss, and that they don't impact natural disasters. Related to global environmental changes, these natural disasters, but that's not the only thing. Can we just take out? Okay. Global environmental changes and natural disasters which impact food and water security, health, which impact food and water security, health, and biodiversity loss. Food and energy and water. Impact food, energy, and water security. That's okay. Is that okay? Yeah, energy. I think energy doesn't, I think we take energy out, which impact food and water security, health, and biodiversity. Impact food and water security, health, and biodiversity. Okay. I want to read this again because I would never let my students write a sentence this long. It's a long sentence, but let's read it. Let's just read it. It's okay? Okay.
Y en Amazonia es un grave problema para todos nuestros pueblos indígenas, para el equilibrio
Decisión tenemos que considerar aquí
socioeconómico, no solamente de Amazonia, pero y por eso se trabaja, el nexus, que es agua, energía y alimentación.
And this is the reason why we're working, water, energy. There are many laboratories working on energy. I don't know, because it's nonsense.
Then you have to remove, because it's not energy security. Food, energy, and water makes sense, but I never read it. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Energy security. What do we mean by energy security? Because there is the word security.
Can we take security out?
Es para la gente. Tenemos un libro de la Ianas sobre eso y hemos trabajado la dimensión de mujer, etcétera, de la seguridad para la gente.
No, she wants she says
Can we say
that
impact?
energy security.
Lo que ella está diciendo, que la seguridad de
Can we
energía,
say impact energy, water, and food security?
Okay. Good. Okay. Did you get that, Victor? So we're going to impact energy, water, and food, comma. Oh, water. Yeah, water and food. So water and food security together. Okay. Water and food security, health and biodiversity. Okay. I just have to read this again. They have unplugged it. Oh, yeah. That's what I keep saying. That's why I keep wanting to. Right. Right. That's what happened. That's why we've tried to change it and we lost it. The collective engagement of the Ianas economists will provide evidence-based advice for policymakers at the local, regional, and global levels on subjects regarding the Amazon and its connection to topics related to global environmental changes and natural disasters. These topics impact. So these topics impact these topics, and then we've got the, at least it's now correct English.
But then in the previous sentence, you're talking about subjects regarding the Amazon and its impact. It should be their impact or their connection.
Where are the models? Levels on makers, for policymakers at the local, regional, and global levels.
On subjects regarding the Amazon and their connection, or
on subjects regarding.
It's
is the subject right? I see what you're saying. Are we talking about subjects, the connection of subjects, or the connection of the Amazon?
Oh, okay.
Regarding the Amazon and the Amazon's connection. Yeah. So then its is right.
Okay. Karen, may I say, for me, reading the sentence as it was, which was much easier to understand, because it's not the topics, it's everything together. I don't know. It's a long sentence, but 4 lines. It's not that long sentence.
Wait, and in this case, there are two big things very different between them. I think that the phrase, the collective engagement, subject regarding the Amazon, point, because then comes the connection to global, with food, with everything. Because in natural disasters, they are not natural. They are only happening because of the humans' behavior, etc., etc. So they are different, and we cannot merge together in a phrase only for the politician. I think the politician will understand better if we can put this part, stress it, but they are different. We cannot merge together, I think.
You you would say, period after the, regarding the Amazon, the collective engagement of the Ianas economies will provide evidence-based advice for policymakers at the local, regional, and global levels on subjects regarding the Amazon. Period. These data connect to topics related to global environmental changes and natural disasters which impact energy, water, and food security, health, and biodiversity. That works for me in English context. So let's try that second part after the period. These data.
Or these data, or these this information, or.
Well, advice. Yeah.
These findings
will provide
these findings connect to topics
for policymakers. I don't really like that because we're not.
Well, what about in addition? In addition, these findings connect to topics. Or these activities connect.
And then you can come back for the first phrase, the first one. If you put this point, then you can recover the first one, and then the connections.
The
first one, but with this point, changing the security, health, and natural disasters.
But we're not, yeah, the problem I'm having is we're not proposing to do science. Right, but that's why these findings doesn't work. How about this engagement? Then we start doing what, I can't hear you, sorry. This advice connects to topic. I mean, that's more accurate. So let's try that. This advice connects to topics. This will relate to. Will relate, because we haven't given it yet. We may never have the chance.
But I think that global levels on subjects regarding the Amazon and its connection to global environmental changes. And yeah, if you just take away to topics related.
Yeah, so let's do regarding the Amazon and
its connection to global environmental changes and natural disasters.
Okay, let's try that. Let's try that. Monica?
From the group.
Right.
The findings are being gathered from researchers, and what the academies are delivering here is advice, not findings.
Right. That's what I don't like. We're taking that out. We're taking that out. So this collective engagement of the Ianas academies will provide evidence-based advice for policymakers at the local, regional, and global levels on subjects regarding the Amazon and its connections to global environmental changes and natural disasters. And then do we keep going or we end it there? Okay, after natural disasters is period. Period. Then these what? No, this collaboration is are we the subject? The subject is back to yeah, I think it's still part of, I think we have to keep it together. And then the next sentence emphasizes where was there's somebody who didn't like it because they were two important points, but actually the next sentence emphasizes that first point. So let's leave natural disasters, comma, which impact energy. Yeah, okay. Well, it's changed quite a bit, actually. Okay, so I'm going to read this sentence, and no one can say anything else, because then I want to do the next sentence, and we'll see if we get there. So the collective engagement of the Ianas academies will provide evidence-based advice for policymakers at the local, regional, and global levels on subjects regarding the Amazon and its connection to global environmental changes and natural disasters, which impact energy, water, and food security, health, and biodiversity. A distinct component of our proposal, which emphasizes that first part, a distinct component of our proposed action is the recruiting of, we need an of in there, recruiting of researchers, is the recruiting, I think it should be the recruitment of researchers. Recruitment of researchers is the recruitment of researchers from the Amazon region and is to recruit researchers from the Amazon and connect them. Whoever said that got it. Yeah, is to recruit, is to recruit. A distinct component of our proposed action is to recruit researchers from the Amazon and connect them, to recruit researchers from the, no, because it's a different concept, I think. I'm sorry? Convey? In English, convey wouldn't be the right word in English, but so I need to, what would be, you're trying to say would be to integrate or engage. We already said link, to link. We want to do more than that. We want to do, I think, more than just. Braulio, did you have something? Did you say another word? Engage. Engage is more active. Is to, yeah, and then we talk about the collective engagement of the Ianas Academy. A distinct component of our proposed action is to engage researchers from the Amazon region and connect them with international research programs focusing on the Amazon. Okay, I think that captures what we wanted to say. This is important.
Research program focusing on the Amazon. To connect research. The researchers are here. You know? Yeah.
Yes.
But they are here.
Not only young, all that.
Yeah. I think we.
But it's not.
Jeremy?
What Adalberto is saying is right. The senior research is not engage, it's connect. They are doing research here, they are forgotten. But the young researchers, you engage into the network.
So do we want to say engage
it's
young...
a concept.
Engage young researchers and connect established researchers? Okay. Jeremy.
Perfect. Yeah, you're right.
Facilitating their engagement with.
Okay, let's try to do it. Let's try to remember what you said. Is to facilitate.
Fernando, por favor.
Okay, is to facilitate the engagement of researchers from the region with international research programs focusing on the Amazon.
And take out the take out from the region.
Yeah.
So you can take out that Amazon
Yeah.
from the region and connect them with international research programs focusing on the Amazon.
Or you can say from the Amazon region and focusing and put region at the end, but just one Amazon.
It's perfect.
Okay, wow. Okay, what we're doing is the facilitating the engagement of is important, not only to foster local scientific capacity, but also to gain a wider, more inclusive perspective into the problems and challenges in the region. Ianas is uniquely suited to help bridge existing gaps by increasing the participation of local researchers with expertise in the region, with SPA and other major international programs, which leads us to the treaty.
May I say something? I don't like the word now when you read it. I don't think we need to help, to bridge.
So just take out help. Is uniquely
Yeah,
suited
I don't
to
like
bridge.
the word help.
Yeah, take this help out. We will be bridges. Yeah, makes it more active anyway. Yeah, okay. Well, there's other ways to help, but all right.
Almost there.
Yeah, I know, but I have to read it one more time really quickly, just to make sure that English is okay, okay? The collective engagement of the Ianas economies will provide evidence-based advice for policymakers at the local, regional, and global levels on subjects regarding the Amazon and its connection to global environmental changes and natural disasters, which impact energy, water, and food security, health, and biodiversity. A distinct component of our proposed action is to facilitate the engagement of researchers from the region and connect them with international research programs focusing on the Amazon. This is important not only to foster local scientific capacity, but also to gain a wider, more inclusive perspective into the problems and challenges in the region. Ianas is uniquely suited to bridge existing gaps by increasing the participation of local researchers with expertise in the region with the Science Panel for the Amazon and other major international programs. Could we say, I think to it, and also, do we really only want to focus on other international programs? Don't we want to include local, national programs? Yeah, other initiatives and other major initiatives. I like. Do we want to say that? Do we want to admit there are other initiatives? Don't we want to be like the only one?
Yeah, because there are going to be several initiatives.
With other major initiatives, yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. So see, it is good to read it again. Take out major. Oh.
But you are right, and other initiatives.
Yeah.
It's better because minor doesn't fit.
Right. Exactly. All right. The Okay. The last one, Ianas. What don't you like?
Proposed action is to facilitate the engagement of researchers from the Amazon, from the region, and connect them to the here. You know? And we are not. We are not. We have a lot of cooperation. What we need is to recruit young scientists to the system and improve investments. You know?
So we had recruitment in there before. Recruit and engage. It would have to be recruit and engage.
Excuse me, the word recruit is
Adalberto.
as in the army. In Peru, it's very, it's really
It has
not
negative
a good word.
implications. Attract. Yeah,
Okay, we cannot have a sentence that insinuates conditions that are being damaged for the region. So we need to be very careful. We don't want to patronize.
Promote the engagement instead of facilitate. Does that fix it?
International. I mean, we want to engage researchers from everywhere. So if you don't say it's like north-south relationship, it's just engage researchers that are working on these subjects.
Okay, yeah.
Or connect different groups working on the subject. But it doesn't mean it's going to be like a north-south relationship.
Exactly what we're trying to.
Which is what was bothering me also
Well,
there.
international is east-west too in the
Yeah,
Amazon.
but
I know. Okay, so with other research programs.
Yes.
Jeremy.
I was going to say, with other research programs.
So it's this international that we're taking out here, with other research programs. To enhance the engagement, does that work better, Adalberto, for you? Okay, I'll read it again. A distinct component of our, it does work?
Yeah,
is to enhance the network, the networking of researchers, So do you want to just say the networking of researchers? Do you want to say young and established researchers? No.
From the region, you can say that.
Networking of researchers from the region with other research programs.
With other research programs.
Okay, so take out the connect because it's already in with networking. With other research programs focusing on the Amazon. Okay, the last sentence, is that okay with it? Then, so this is important not only to foster local scientific capacity, but also to gain a wider, more inclusive perspective into the problems and challenges in the region. Ianas is uniquely suited to bridge existing gaps by increasing the participation of local researchers with expertise in the region, with the,
the width should go up.
What? Someone said
We
something.
shouldn't, it's just expertise in the region, the science panel for and other initiatives. Remove the width. No, the second one.
Right, is to, by increasing the participation of local researchers with expertise in the region, such as this science panel for the Amazon and other initiatives. That was part of what Adalberto was saying.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The existing ones and new ones.
Miles,
to
if you know how
increase.
you can address your question by just saying is to enhance the network of researchers instead of the networking, because then you get it in the two meanings. Okay, the network, does that work? Okay, all right. Okay, we're gonna go on to the last sentence, the last paragraph. The mitigation of global environmental problems cannot be achieved without development models that respond to the societal needs of the Amazonian countries.
I don't know. The last, don't be mad at me, but in the last paragraph, the one that we just finished, maybe we could add, increase the network and the financial support. Again.
If we start changing, I mean,
because the network means financial support.
Our engagements, the academies aren't going to come up with the money.
No, we don't have any money to support ourselves. How can we support others? No, I don't know. I think by the projects, we mean financial support. It's already covered. I remove it. Disregard, okay, boss?
Also, no, because okay. So the mitigation of global environmental problems cannot be achieved without development models that respond to the societal needs of the Amazonian countries. Ianas can provide opportunities. This is important to make sure we don't contradict ourselves. That Ianas can provide opportunities to strengthen engagements between academies from the Amazonian and non-Amazonian countries, which are of utmost importance for the effective implementation of policies and collaboration in science and technology. Oops. Lucky time. Okay, that's a sake monkey. It says sake monkey, right? Sake monkey. I've never seen one of these in the wild. Wait. No. Oh wait, no, that one is a different species. No, that's the same one as that one. Oh wait, no, this. Oh my God, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a sake monkey. I have to take a picture.
Can't we? Yo llevo rato viéndolo, pero no dije nada para que no pasara esto.
Finished, and minor details we can change. I would say that everything that's up to here has been agreed.
I have a problem.
Wait.
Now that I'm reading it, that this is only, we're just offering, and we're not asking anything from them. So we're not asking, like the mitigation of global environment cannot be achieved if you don't do something as presidents of the countries, or I don't know, and give funding.
That's a different, I agree with you, but that's a different letter, and we would have to take it back to all the academies. So what I think we need to do, and I apologize to everyone for making your lunch late, but you know, this is the biodiversity that we're trying to protect, that we need to finish this so it can go off, and we want to make a few changes. Braulio. He needs a microphone.
I think it's important.
Sorry. No, just repeat my earlier question. Are you going to miss this opportunity of this letter to indicate the next steps, to indicate possible mechanisms that will be utilized by Ianas to engage all of the science academies to do these things?
So it sounds
that we are saying we can give more rationale. Ianas can provide opportunities to strengthen engagements between academies from the Amazonian and non-Amazonian countries, which are of the utmost importance for the effective implementation of policies and collaboration in science and technology.
So the product
that's
that's good, but that's just generic, and it's in a way it's wishful thinking. What are you committing to as an organization, as this network of academies of science? Can you say something about what next steps? How do you think you should proceed?
Can say as a final, very short one, therefore we request to the states in the Amazon to embrace this offer of advice or something like that.
I think if we make a request, we have to get our president's approval again. I don't know if we have that.
What Braulio is saying, what else can we offer with substance besides saying we are here? As a sentence that states how our academies are going to move forward, right? So we're saying that we can, because we said implementation of policies. For the effective implementation of policies, I would say dialogue with society, because that's something that we do. And besides collaboration in science and technology. Because I think we are just saying policies. Policies is going to be with governments. But we also will have a role with society.
For the effective dialogue of science and society to...
Because if we do that, if we clarify our societies of what has been, because most of the people, at least in Brazil, and I'm talking about São Paulo, which is a huge state. It's almost half of the population of our country. Most of the people don't have an idea what are the policies. And they're not going to be, if we, as academies, dialogue with society explaining what governments have been deciding, and that's their job together with us to demand. We are doing the dialogue with society. I don't know what else can our yeah, that's what we can write down in here. Yeah, but don't forget que o TCA não serve para nada também, né? Ela falou. Não é um governamental, mas não é verdade? Eles não têm o poder. Mas I think we should add the academies, OTCA, she said that we should state.
I wanted to add that in the science panel for the Amazon NOT.
If I may, ACTO can do more. And the whole objective of this summit, the Amazon Summit, is to give more power to ACTO to be more capable of engaging better the Amazon countries to do more and to support policies, etc. So far, ACTO has been establishing regional programs and initiatives, but it can do more. So with the declaration of the presidents, by the end of November, we will have a meeting of the chancellors of the Amazonian countries to adopt changes in the structure and the mandate of ACTO, incorporating all these ideas coming from Belém. That's the whole idea. So we have to believe that ACTO can do better. That's the idea. What I have been asking you is that you have been indicating your willingness to provide these supports. That's fine, but in a vague way. It would be nice, I think, to use this opportunity to already indicate some next steps. Otherwise, you lose this opportunity. You have this declaration, it's fine, has several broad commitments, but no one will know what to do next. So that's my question to all of you. So are you going to, for example, develop a program or a mechanism of engagement of the science academies in the regions to deliver this within what time frame? I don't know.
Well, our Ianas has, one of the purpose of Ianas is capacity building. And we are doing that. Only that in a way that's still moving baby steps. Because as you probably, and you certainly do know because you are involved a lot globally, in Latin America, the dialogue with governments has not been the best in the world, let's say like that, but like this. So we are doing this. We can, that's why we said that we can provide, but we should, how would you sentence that what we will do is after the decisions, the policies that are going, because that's what is written there, but it's not clear. Policies that are going to be developed for the region are going to be embraced by the academies in order to help, I don't know how to say it. Jeremy, help! Something like that.
That's what I think we need to say, will provide, because our purpose of this meeting, this was our declaration of our plan. We have this intention, and then what we had hoped to do at 11 o'clock this morning was to generate all the ideas that we were going to do. So I think Ianas or either will provide or aims to, or I think will provide. Ianas will provide. And then we have to make a few other changes going back to some other comments. The question in this last paragraph, so if we're going to include another organization, expertise in the region, such as the Science Panel for the Amazon and the, what's it called, the organization, so it's up here, with expertise in the region, including the Science Panel for the Amazon, comma.
The Amazon Cooperation Trade Organization, ACTO, common, the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization,
So we could just say with expertise in the region, such as the Science Panel for the Amazon and the Amazon, and then leave off other initiatives, such as. That was Jeremy's suggestion during the monkey break.
No.
Such as, and then period here.
Jogar laser nele. Vou jogar laser nele.
Okay. So. Are we such as, and then period here, Victor? End it right after acto. End it after acto, and then eliminate the rest of that sentence.
Pede pro Marco fechar a porta.
Now you can get rid of one of the periods here. Take that one out. Wait, there's too many periods. There's one here and one. Get rid of that one. Just go back one space here. John? Okay, I think we're, yeah. Andrea and Braulio.
Acto no son researchers. No son researchers. Viene de las cancillerías de cada país. So acto de Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization comes from, ¿cómo se dice cancillería? De las cancillerías de los países. Entonces, ellos hacen puentes también, pero ellos no son investigadores. Entonces, ellos no deberían ir ahí.
So how do we, okay.
But yesterday she said they are doing investigation. Well, let me finish. She mentioned that they are collecting, they have a database in Brasilia, and they were offering. If you have a database, it's because you are collecting data from someone. I don't know. She said that.
But, so, wait, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the Spanish.
I think Elena is right, because we have seen all the research products of La OTCA. No. No.
Where's the...
No.
So let's take it out, so if we take that out.
No.
Yeah, okay, I'm going.
We need your attention. So that I think, let me make sure I understand this. And tell me if I have this wrong. The part that people don't like is that connecting researchers with integrating with other parts of society. With
No.
I got the. So it would be by increasing the participation of local researchers with other, how about with
with expertise in the region, such as the science panel for the Amazon and other programs, as well as with governments.
Or just take the other one out. We don't need to name the other one.
Please.
I would suggest that we could refer to ACTO and to the governments of the region in a separate sentence there. Okay. So offering the support of the academies through Ianas
in the next paragraph
to provide scientific support for policy making, referring to both the governments and to ACTO.
Victor, the sentence on the Amazon Corporation, bring to the last paragraph, please. But leave the such as the science panel for the Amazon. Dot. Ianas will provide opportunities to increase academia. Also, Ianas.
We could say something. We could say something that the science academies of the region, through Ianas, commit to provide support, scientific support for policy making for the governments of the regions and to ACTO, something like that.
No, wait, Marcos, é outra frase agora. Let's read again, because we have the mitigation of global environmental problems cannot be achieved without development models that respond to societal needs of the Amazonian countries. Ianas will provide opportunities to strengthen engagements. It's correct. Between academies from the Amazonian and non-Amazonian countries, which are of the utmost importance, that's true also, for the effective implementation of policies and collaboration in science and technology. Furthermore, in addition, will provide support, Ianas commits to support.
No, not support. Support, everyone thinks money. Commits to provide advice, to advise. Commits to advise.
The Amazonian countries. Amazonian.
Commits to work with.
To work with, better.
We don't want to be telling other people
to work
what
with.
To do.
Amazonian governments.
To work. To work with other. To work with governmental and non-governmental organizations. To work with governmental and non-government organizations, including.
Okay, Braulio.
Okay, I wanted to bring a comment from someone who is observing from the water program, and he says, urgent, we should include the international affairs ministry of each country.
I don't think we can add that without more time with our presidents, because we're committing other people that we have no authority to commit without their agreement. I mean, I feel okay. I feel okay about the changes we've made so far, because we're not changing any. We're not promising anything. But I think when we're starting to involve working with other people, we can't do that until we know the details of those particular dynamics. So we could do. That's the kind of thing, Catherine, that we should keep on the list of things to include in our next, the next steps. If that's something that we think is gonna be a useful interaction, then we would definitely want to get those authorizations.
Karen.
It is important.
We can't do it now.
I know. I agree. But for the next steps, as you say, I think it's important, because to get better cooperation and support from all governments.
Our next steps will include.
Can include all of that.
Yeah, there is just one thing that I would like to mention. I think it's important where we say the network to recruit new scientists, new young scientists.
Why don't we just add that? It's a component of
yeah,
our proposed action.
I would like to have that.
Is to recruit, but they don't like the word recruit because it has military implications. So what's another word for recruit? Create opportunities? No, that's even worse.
But over where we say to enhance the network of researchers and
encourage,
because it's important to have new, or else we're just mentioning the past. We need to have the future. I don't know for the other countries in the Amazon region, but for us here in Brazil, let's make it clear, don't kill me. I'm just going to mention. Sometimes you bring researchers to here, but they don't stay here because people are not giving the conditions. So that's important that the region realize the importance of having the conditions for young scientists to be in the Amazon region. For Brazil, it's true. I don't know for the other 8 countries. No, it's totally different than fixation. Not bring in and maintaining them in here. That's an important. I don't know in Guiana, Panama. Panama doesn't have. Sorry, my geography is mixed up at this time of the day. I'm going to arrive in the States. Be careful, Daniel.
Is to enhance the network of how we could. Enhancing the network can include help bringing young scientists. By bringing young scientists, by bringing young scientists and established scientists together.
Yeah. Enhance the network of researchers, as well as stimulating new young researchers for the region or algo assim. I don't know, because that's something that it's a device for governments. Everybody likes to be in air conditioning, good conditions. Nobody is going to, nowadays, if you don't attract young generation, we are not going to move forward. That's my point of view. We need to attract young generation. And that should be in the statement.
Then could we say the distinct component of our proposed action is to stimulate young researchers and enhance the network?
Helena,
we are going to try to convince policymaking that's important to bring in this.
Helena, I know that the situation I think that you mentioned is in the region.
For all.
Okay,
See,
but
it's important.
hear me. The issue to find out spaces for them and to bring them back from other countries is something that it's not dealing with academies, but with
but the academies
and universities.
I know that, but what I'm saying that our academies should be advising and raising the questions. That's important to have that, to convince. We do that a lot. I don't know in your country, but we do. Sometimes the government pays attention. Sometimes they don't, but we do. It's not, we go to the parliament, we go to the executive to mention, look, it's important, just like we did for the raise in the fellowships for master and doctoral degrees. We won that and we lost others. So our academies need to do that. That's my point. Our academies in the region mainly. But that's what we call, Jeremy always talks about, what is the name? Power, no. Oh, como é que a gente fala que a Ianas faz? Capacity building. We need to do that. They increase the dialogue with society, and that's the purpose of the academy.
It's just a quick comment. There is one word that I think that the document does not bring in, which is multidisciplinarity. I think that's a point that the Ianas, the Academy should emphasize, that we need multidisciplinary knowledge to handle all those problems, not only people from environment or from law, but we need to have this global perspective of science.
Do you have a suggestion on where to put that?
And
yeah, that's true. So I
Yes,
agree. I'm feeling like we're making too many.
It's not a commitment. I agree, completely agree.
We can't make that many
We cannot
changes.
afford, but we can say, nessa última frase também, o inglês já foi. Aí, depois do Science and Technology, eu acho que exatamente aí nesse ponto, que aí colocar que é do nosso interesse, implementation of policies in collaboration in science and technology. Essa implementation of policies to
Implementación de políticas para atraer.
Porque os jovens têm que ter onde trabalhar. Não adianta você fixar o cara lá em Quari se o cara não tem condição de fazer nada. Então, esse que é o ponto. Se a gente quer que a Amazônia cresça como um todo, tem que dar condições para esses professores que estão... Não adianta contratar um doutor lá em Quari se o cara não consegue nem fazer nada porque ele não tem nem luz. Não tem luz, não tem internet, não tem nada. Então, é nesse sentido. A gente quer fixar, mas fixar não é só salário, é fixar com as condições. Isso, claro que não nos cabe, mas nos cabe sim chamar atenção e ser aquela formiguinha que
we have to be like an ant that is, we have to fight to acquire these conditions.
I think we should put the implementations of para dar as condições para que os pesquisadores fiquem na região, se estabeleçam na região, dar condições para isso.
Yeah, we have to be careful about that.
Karen, in the second paragraph there.
Yes, this one.
Yeah, in the second paragraph, the suggestion that she was having to change it here, maybe. Right
Yes.
here.
Implementations of policies
that facilitate maybe the conditions for bring young researchers.
That's good. For the effective implementation of policies that facilitate, Victor, right
the
here.
conditions to recruit younger scientists.
down
And
here.
in that way, recruit is the right word, because we are
Of
actually
policies.
asking an action there.
Of
Yeah.
policies that facilitate
Yeah.
the recruitment of young researchers. Young researchers or scientists?
Scientists. Establishment. Yeah. 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 Okay.
The establishment of young scientists. Okay. Of young scientists to collaborate in science and technology. To collaborate in science.
To win the Nobel of Literature. As far as I recall, we'll have some money for funding our next steps.
Victor, are you saving this? Good. If we're almost done, I need to read that first paragraph. Sorry, I can do this with someone after, but there was something wrong in the very first paragraph. I'll do it after. Wait. Yes. Wait. Okay, let's go back to the last thing. So, I'll read it again. The mitigation of global environmental problems cannot be achieved without development models that respond to the societal needs of the Amazonian countries. Ianas will provide opportunities to strengthen engagements between academies from the Amazonian and non-Amazonian countries, which are of utmost importance for the effective implementation of policies that facilitate the establishment of young scientists to collaborate in science and technology. In addition, Ianas commits to work with governmental and non-governmental organizations, including the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization. So, I think it's okay. What part don't you like?
They are part of science. They are part of science. They don't collaborate.
Exactly, because it's obviously what do scientists do?
So facilitate the establishments of young
And
scientists
there. Finish it
in
there.
science and no, just young
There.
scientists. Period.
There.
That's much better. In science and technology. Young researchers in science and technology.
Okay.
Yeah, but young researchers in science and technology.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we need a sentence for ending, because the ending is we are going to collaborate and so. And it's not, right. In addition, Hannes commits, well, it's okay.
We already committed a lot. It's perfect. Forget it.
I mean, the other thing to do would be to switch these last two sentences. Then we end in science and technology. So take this whole sentence and put it, we just put Ianas commits and then make it in addition Ianas will. And switch. Okay.
Because that was a down.
In addition, Ianas will provide opportunities to strengthen engagements between academies from the NAC, which are of utmost importance for the effective and to positive facilitate the establishment of young researchers.
Which are of utmost importance for the effective implementation of policies for a lot of things, not only to facilitate. So I would say Ianas will provide opportunities to strengthen engagement between academies countries, facilitate the establishment of young researchers, and then
or just to provide opportunities and facilitate the establishment of
right.
young researchers.
It's just that the policies are not only to facilitate.
Yeah, I agree. So move this part to follow countries.
There.
Yeah. So again, reading it out loud, we do Ianas commits to work with governmental and non-governmental organizations, including the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization. In addition, Ianas will provide opportunities to strengthen engagements between academies from the Amazonian and non-Amazonian countries, and facilitate the establishment of young researchers, which are of utmost importance for the effective implementation of policies in science and technology. Okay. Okay, so move that and facilitate the research of young researchers, which are of utmost importance, and put that right here. Put the which are of utmost importance for the effective implementation of policies in science and technology. Species of monkeys. Part of the rich biodiversity. Okay. And facilitate the establishment of young researchers, which are now, but here again, it still implies that it's that. What? No, because it's the way it. Both of which. Both of which. That's it. You need both of which are of. Okay, that's good. Both of which. So, Victor, we need to save. I think we need to save this version that has all the track changes, and then we'll have a clean one that we can send. But we would want to make sure that we show it. I don't know if we want to do this as a group or go back to that first paragraph. I need to fix a comma.
And when it's done, we'll forward to everyone. Also, before we are going to go to lunch, we had to change a little bit our program, but I'll ask Victor if he can then show us the three groups, and besides, before that, I'll ask also Victor and all our staff that to send to each one of the participants the name, a list of all the participants with email addresses as well as other information, because I think this is really important for further connection. Also, what we are going to do, yesterday we fed you a lot. Today we're going to make you hungry because we didn't have the coffee break. But we are going for lunch, and we are going to divide, and Karen and I did already 3 groups here. Group A is conservation, restoration, and remediation of ecosystems. Group B, engaging local communities in science-based solutions. And Group C, social justice and bioeconomy. We divide, your names are in there. So Group A, Andrea, Braulio, Fernando, Geraldo, Jeremy, José Manuel, Juan, Maura, Mônica, Nicole, Virgílio, William, Bill. Group B, Adalberto, André, Beatriz, Daniel, Fernando Hector, Gabriela, Hugo, Jetson, Catherine, Mário Ramiro. Social Justice, Group C, Carlos Luis, Fábio Feldman. He's not here. He's not going to get his reward. I have a problem in pronouncing your name. I apologize. Please tell me. Histamine? Good. Helena Groot, Henriette, Ismardo, Mayrin, Maria Luisa, Patricia, Stephen, and Victor. Karen and... Yes, can add others.
No, not
at
unless
this
you trade.
time. No, a big no.
So,
yeah, pode coloca onde tem
acho que é
menos.
B. Group B. We need someone in B. Oh, it's right.
Okay.
Well, in any
Você quer sair da onde, Catherine? Hã? Lá já tem um monte, tem que tirar alguém. Oh, my goodness.
So while I think we can sort that out later, but I just want to
exchange with someone, please, and then tell us.
I want
we have the names in there, or else we won't go to lunch, and we won't finish the discussions. And why do we need to finish discussions? Because it's very important that all of you know that we don't have funds. All funds, we need to write grants. And sometimes, most of the time, they're not granted. Just like the one we wrote for this meeting. It was not, and I'm not going to try to explain. So, in order for Ianas to continue existing, we need, because we were told, even though all of us believe this is a fantastic initiative, not everybody believes in the same direction. So we need to write what are our steps. Getting a meeting is not the purpose of Ianas. So remember, we need to capacity building, and we need these discussions to write down the next grant proposal. And we have 15 days to do that. Yeah, we're not going to sleep. If you want, you can join us. But that's really, no, that's why we are taping everything. As soon as we get home in São Paulo or Rio, I don't know, we are going to get all the tapes transcripted in a written format so that we can use that plus the discussions. So that's why it's really important, because we don't want to write down something that just Karen and I may agree. We want to see what are the opportunities, because it's not for setting up a new meeting. And I want also at this point already, because later I will forget, I want to thank the staff of the Brazilian Academy of Science, Marcos, Fernando, Gabriela, Vitor, and Deborah, who unfortunately, she was going to be here with us, but her father got really sick and passed away yesterday. So I want to thank the 5 of them for helping us. Our staff is 20 people, okay? Just that you, including communications and everything else. So I want to thank them. And again, I want to thank Karen for having, in my opinion, this brilliant idea of the Amazon initiative. If this works, we can move forward with our academies to other biomes. And depending on the success, is the success of what we are going to do. And if this works, and I want also to let it very clear, remember at the meeting in Cordoba, we had a fantastic meeting with Beatriz and fantastic talks, and there was one on the rising of the ocean in the Caribbean region. And both of us had written that also as a program to move forward. Only that when we contact the, what is his name, Martin? Yes, yeah, I'm still alive. I didn't die yet. He said that he didn't have the time to think about that. So we took it away. It was written already. We had taken all the informations and wrote up a draft. So it's not that we just jumped in. And also, as Jeremy had said, we need, it's not that we are going to end education, water, or women program. We are going to involve them in a different aspect, which is moving forward, okay? That's very important. And it's very important, again, to make clear that the fundings, because sometimes people think that Ianas is rich in ideas, is rich in bright people, but it's really poor. We need to, and unfortunately, and that's something that we need to clarify very deeply, always to IAP, is that in Latin America, and that starts in Mexico, goes down all the way to Argentina, passing through all the beautiful area of the Caribbean, unfortunately, fundings for this type of enterprise are zero. So we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. We need to lend, and we'll lend, because Karen is fighting a lot to new ideas, or where can we get some fundings. Because also it's important. It's not something that we are going to do every day, every month, but once in a while, getting together and exchanging ideas like we did is very important. Karen, please.
No, I have nothing to add from what Elena said, except to thank all of you for taking this whole exercise seriously, and for for the great ideas and suggestions. I think we ended up with a much better final letter that encompasses the ideas and will be more effective. But your work is not over, because there's the whole workshop. Now we need to know what we're going to do next. But Elena made a really important point, and I have to say I was surprised. I had no idea how poorly funded Ianas is, how hard it is to do what we do, how much time we all, Elena and Beatriz and Marcus and myself, put in to this endeavor, because we believe that there is something about Ianas that is really unique and special, and that it's worth fighting for and working for. But it also means we need more involvement, as much involvement from the Ianas academies as we can get. And this doesn't always require funding. It requires answering messages, participating in invitations to nominate people for committees and awards, and to basically make sure your countries are represented in our group. So that's...
Yeah, and also I forgot, I want to thank, in the name of Nazaré, who is outside, she is there. Nazaré, I want to thank you for, te agradecer por todo o trabalho, como você arrebanhou,
putting on all, fixing the air conditioning, the sound people, and teaching us how to do the coffee break. To all of you from IMPA, thank you very much.
Acho que podia fazer o A, in here, B and C in the restaurant, because there is a room, and after we finish lunch, we can separate and remain there. It's easier. There is air conditioning, seating. Take your seats, please. Everyone. Hello. Well, we're moving towards the end, and again, we'll have unfortunately, it has to be a brief discussion, but it's important that we will go on taping and recording so that we can have all the ideas, and people can also forward us some other ideas regarding each of these 3 topics. So Group A, who is going to deliver the final arrangement for Group A, please? Jeremy, good. I missed you. Please sit here. Here.
Well, as you know, we were chartered with the conservation, restoration, and remediation of ecosystems. We had a very dynamic discussion for the same length of time as everybody else. We solved the problems of the world and raised many others. And after going around many times, we realized that probably the best approach would be to move forward from a situation where we already are, and that is considering that we already have in the SPA executive report, which is extremely long in and unto itself, a series of recommendations that are there relating to these 3 subjects as it relates to ecosystems. And the idea would be to distribute this to all of the academies, together with another publication, Environmental Outlooks of the Amazon, which was actually published in 2009, and charge the academies to actually read these documents and prepare a brief that actually outlines it within a national context, the priorities within the context of the recommendations that were there. And that would be a national perspective. And then these could be submitted, and then with the group could get together and consider preparing a more global one. There are going to be obviously common themes. I mean, we talk about deforestation of the Amazon, but there's deforestation everywhere in the world, and those are the more overarching points. But it would be then introducing from each of the countries the priorities that they would have, and then with that one we could produce a Ianas more general one, a bit like we did with climate change and health, or with the food security. And this could be something moving forward. This could be done in a relatively short period of time, but based on the priorities from each of the countries, then we could come up with a number of actions that we could take in the following year or the year after as we move forward on the subject as it relates to the Amazon. I don't know whether anybody else in the group wants to add anything, because we discussed an awful lot of things, from using the question of getting rid of things like mercury, using plants, et cetera, but then the question is, what do you do with the plants? But we just decided there were so many things, and if we undertake and try and do everything at once, we're going to end up doing nothing. And this way of having each of the academies address it from their perspective, and particularly this is going to be the 8 countries with the Canadian perspective on the Amazon is, it's important, can we help? but I think it's going to be very important to get it from the 8 countries that are directly affected.
Jeremy, when I was lurking in the background, I heard some part of your discussion about doing some kind of courses, offering field courses in restoration. Was that canceled, or is that redundant?
Well, one of the things that came up initially was, capacity building is an important part for Ianas. And initially we were going, could we prepare a document that covered what is true for everybody, and then with the idea of getting courses or online or discussing different aspects that were specific to different countries. And then it was going, well, wait a minute, if we do that, because the idea being here that came up was an informed public is important. And an informed public will put pressure on politicians. We can write it ourselves, give it to the politician, that's one voice. If 100 people say it, that's very different. And we know that from the beginning. And then it was, if we set up things explaining, a lot of people don't understand what is deforestation, what are we talking about when we're talking about remediation, et cetera, that we could set up something that could be prepared, that the academies could use in their own activities of reaching out to different levels, be it high school kids or even primary school kids, because that would again fit in with past activities of Ianas with science in schools. But then that is a major undertaking. And that was why we sort of backed off on this one as the first step. And as some of you know, I work with an organization across Canada called Let's Talk Science, and there's an equivalent one with the Smithsonian in the US. And our academy provides the information, it's related to climate change, but they're setting up modules for kindergarten through kids up to 18 years old. We work with the teachers to ensure that they have the experts that make sure that the information presented to the group is correct. But to set that up is going to be enormous, and I don't think at this point in time, that's why we backed off, because we're thinking we've had this, we need to show that this is leading somewhere, and we need something in a shorter period of time, and the hopes that it will evolve after that.
Thanks. I wanted you to say that, talk a little bit about it just to get it on the recording, because I think it's understandably that it's not something that you're proposing, that has been proposed to do immediately, but that it is, I think, a really interesting endpoint, or not an endpoint, but step along the way that we could work toward.
Well, the other thing that came up on several policy statements, where do you do remediation, whether it's private land, it's indigenous land, it's public land, how are these things, and also whether it's conservation or remediation, you have to think about which ecosystem it is. Is it a forest versus an aquatic system versus a bog? There are all these things that would have to be taken into consideration. And a lot of people, oh, we're going to remediate, or we're going to do this deforestation, we're going to do this, and it'll fit. And one size fits all. It doesn't.
Yeah.
But that's a longer term approach. But I don't think we should lose sight of it. Monica? I'm not going to throw my mic like one of the people did the other day.
I think.
Yeah, some rock star got thrown, somebody threw water at her and she heaved the microphone. The unfortunate part was it hit the person, but then bounced off and hit somebody else, and she's now being sued for assault. So I'm not throwing my microphone at anybody.
I think it really depends on the timeline that we have to focus on certain topics in order also to gather these choice on all the problems that are found in the Amazon for conservation, for restoration, or whatever. So I think, as we have mentioned, the panel report has a list of things, and perhaps the academies have to mention some of them, maybe 3 of them, and then we can build up a framework for this proposal that we have to deliver in 2 weeks. But certainly it is very important to know if this proposal is going to be for 3 years, or 5 years, or what?
The context that I saw it in is that this would be an idea, and that would go into the budget, that for the first year we would fund activities at the academy level to prepare this. And then next year's budget would be what came out of this, the big priorities, and it appears that all of the countries think these 2 are the highest priorities, that we would then move forward with those. But I mean, right now we're going to write, I mean, having been in this position 3 years ago and 6 years ago, you have a very short period of time and you take general ideas and say, this is the goal in the next year. Because it's from the funding we get is annually. So this one would be, we propose in this year, following up on the initial science buy-in for the Amazon, this is the next step, and we would like this amount of money to support the activities of the academies.
Anybody else? I would like to mention that I think it's very important, a few of the topics, but especially the one related to education and communication to society. So that could be a long-term, even though it's a year project, we can go baby steps and then advance with larger steps. But it's important to define, and I think the academies have this obligation. What do we mean by conservation or restoration? So I think you pointed out that would be a task for the academies to discuss each academy within their surroundings, members, and non-members also, because it's not that academies have all the knowledge. We have some people that have some knowledge, but there is a lot of knowledge outside of the academies. Not everything is known by the members. So I think something that we could think about, really. And that goes into also the educational program. Yeah. As you pointed out very clearly, a way of teaching science is teaching nomenclature, and also with the environment. And some of these topics and names can apply for other biomes. So it's important to understand what do they mean and how this can be applied for this, that, and the other one.
Well, one of the other things that came up when the academies would say, okay, with all of the recommendations or aspects are there, these are the ones we have as priorities. There are also the possibility you can say, this is an aspect that's never been considered. Where are data, where is information missing when we are going to make decision making? But again, that's the next step rather than right now. Because I think, 2 weeks from now.
Something to bear in mind. I think it's very important.
I also think that when the academies are reviewing these published reports, to keep in mind what is it that the academies can bring that would be different or unique, or what kinds of resources or expertise or access, whether it's access to the media or access to leaders in civil society or the government, that access points. I mean, we are, as you may or may not already know, the statement is already been published in parts of it in 3 Brazilian newspapers. So the quickness of the Academy to act and get that out, I think, is a good example of something that most people individually don't have that kind of access. So I think that keeping that in mind about what gives the Academy its own voice. We should probably
may I say just one more little thing? Just like Monica pointed out, and Andrea, she's around here somewhere. The SPA has all the diagnoses, several, not all, but most. But the translation to society needs to happen. That's something that we cannot forget, because the books were published 2021, and we are still here discussing. So that's something to bear in mind, and that's a role for academies. I really believe in that. So that's something to think. Thank you so much. You are, you can remain. You're always, you are part of this. He's the past president, and he named us senior and junior. And by age, he meant that by age. So thank you so much, Jeremy. Move to the second one?
Yeah.
Please, you.
Okay, do we have someone from Group B, engaging local communities in science-based solutions?
Alô? Aqui no meio também. Claro. Quero sentar aqui no meio também.
Entre duas.
Muito bom.
Senior and junior.
Senior and
junior. Virgílio, the biggest problem between computers, with computers, you know, it's a little piece, very little piece, that is between the chair and the keyboard. And again, Rogério, my keyboard didn't work. So project here. Yeah. Helena, nós discutimos bastante lá e acho que a gente não entendeu muito bem qual era o trabalho de casa, ou entendeu bem demais. Então, lembramos muito daquela comissão que nós tivemos, da qual você fez parte, que a Academia Brasileira de Ciências, quando discutiu a Amazônia, montou aquele booklet sobre a Amazônia no século XXI. Eu imagino que esta cooperação, esta coalizão das academias de ciências,
of the science academies, they have an important role in those 3 points, Karen, that you mentioned. And our point, engaging local communities in science-based solutions. So we think that the fundamental question inside that context is, in fact, interact with the communities. It doesn't matter which aspect we must study, which aspect we must solve, what is the mission that we will treat, so we must interact with those communities. So we elected those 4 important spots that Daniel didn't want to present. Gabriela ran away. She's not even here, so it's for me now who were late to the meeting. So in the first point here, understand, interact, and learn from local communities.
Nós sabemos muito pouco.
So we know just a little bit about those communities.
Temos nas universidades alguns grupos
We have into the university some groups working with the different communities. Every time that we talk about communities into the Amazon, local communities from the Amazon, we think about the indigenous. But it's more than 30 different kinds of communities that we have into the Amazon. I would be incapable to mention all of them, but indigenous, they are only a part of those communities, extremely important, but just one of those communities. So what we are imagining
provide governments
is
with
to
science-based information for formulation of public policies.
I have the custom. I used to say that in Brazil, I don't know how it is in the other countries, so I will use black and white. But here in Brazil, we have an editor that we can draw projects to draw a pen. All right, for the locals. We spent a year for the editor, much money to select the project, the people. The person did a good project, he drew something like that, he pressed over, you have the spot, so you take it to the countryside, and he'll say something that is that's so beautiful. I won't use that. It's too beautiful to stay here near to the image of the saint. What we need here is a pencil. So the first thing that we have to do is talk with the people, understand what are the policies that are necessary, and draw them according to that, based on the science. Because on the contrary, we will draw hundreds and hundreds of policies that it won't be useful. So this is an important point, and I think the science has an important role on that. We need to include, since the beginning, like Daniel mentioned in our conversation, since the beginning, the people who will use that in the discussion of those politics, it's not worth it to include it to the end. It starts from the beginning. We need what was said, reciprocal trainer, an approach for teachers, for localized education. So we need to teach teachers so he train them based on their necessities, not ours. We took professors, we hired professors from different places. We didn't give those training and put those people to take that to the countryside. So I was impressed and went to São Gabriel da Cachoeira once. I feel so touched by that, to take a letter that we drew about fishes from the Amazon. And then suddenly, we did the work with the kids, and suddenly I saw a kid, 8-10 years, crying to the corner, and she said, "Why are you crying?" And she said, "I'm crying because that book, it has the black water, and it has the fish that my father brings home. I painted the book with black in my test, and my professor gave me a 0 because she wanted me to paint the book with blue or green, but we don't have a blue river or green river into the Amazon. We are doing the wrong things. We are disconnecting the kids from their environment. And I think that the science has an important paper to decodificate what we know and draw that, gathering of books, so we can talk it to the kids. The third point is the unique health, so we must train those local communities to monitoring the new and the diseases that exist. We must think about the food security and the nutrition. It's fundamental point that the science can help. We can't spread in an area that is the size of the continental area of the US or bigger than the Europe. People well trained to monitoring those new diseases or those one that existed there. But we can count the people who lived in those places. So we will be able to, with technological systems that we have nowadays, fastly do connections with the central areas, so the science again can help it. And to the end, we insisted on that. We must improve the interaction between the knowledge and of the communities with the contemporary science. They complement themselves. They, in reality, they can generate new questions. So, in reality, we can produce the answers, the correct answers that we need to the social inclusion and the generation of funds into the So the science, it has an important role, but it's not only about having a blind faith into the science, but we have to believe that the science is the possible way to solve our problems that we have. So that's it, Helena.
Muito bom. Obrigada. It's questions, comments?
Perguntas, comentários?
Dois, a partes.
Yeah, I was wondering if your group talked at all about merging some of these ideas with the STEM project, which might be interesting.
No, we did not.
Okay. Do you think with this STEM, the science education?
The science education program, if they discuss.
Yeah, I asked if they had
to
talked about that.
merge with the science.
I was in this group, and the idea was to use the experience we had with the science education program to try to have teachers get involved with other teachers to improve the education of those teachers, but we need teachers that can give and can take information in this case. So we will have to look for people locally. And in that sense, the Academies of Science also have a really very important role because they are the ones that can identify the teachers or the people. They're not necessarily members of the academies, but the teachers that are involved in teaching and that are interested in getting in contact with these teachers, giving information and taking information. Yes, it's the same experience that we had previously.
That's what
we have to consolidate this discussion, and I think this point is very important, but have to be consolidated. I mean, relate to the Amazon.
Well, one of the things that might bring the two ways of, again, we're looking at ways of building on things Ianas already has, which is, this is one example, and then adding it to this new initiative. So that might be one way to add two dimensions that are new here, I think. One obviously is relating it to the Amazon, but the other would be involvement, the recruitment of indigenous knowledge into the training, and that could be a really interesting connection, incluindo o conhecimento indígenas nesse processo de ensino, ciência educacional. Seria um novo raiz
Eu queria só fazer um comentário que os dois grupos e os dois mencionam educação. Então, é porque isso é um aspecto que a gente vai ter que deixar muito, uma pena, mas nós vamos estar com a Márcia. Já vou, Virgílio, só para concluir o raciocínio. Nós vamos para Belém agora à noite e nós vamos estar lá com a secretária do Ministério de Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação, a Márcia, que estava aqui conosco até agora, e nós vamos insistir que é importante que o governo brasileiro inclua a importância da educação, porque eu vou ser bem talvez não vai gostar, nem o Fábio.
Probably Fabio won't like.
Fiquei muito chateado.
I felt so upset. I've worked a lot in the Rio Plus 20 and was there. And when we were there, we spent 15, 20 days doing a bunch of activities, waiting the statement. And then when he went out, he said one or two times.
Isso foi anticlímax.
That was an anticlimax for me, so I think this one from the Amazon, we must take care to think about it, because when you write, you can't, again, doesn't mean that we will be able to get, but it's about this and that, and here, education, and two groups came with education. So Virgílio, please, I'm sorry.
Adalberto, congratulations on this slide. It has a lot of interesting stuff there. I have just a quick comment regarding the fourth bullet. I think that would improve the interaction between traditional and local community. I think that would be interesting to make a connection with citizen science. Many academies are working on this idea of citizen science, creating methodology, creating tools, so you can do that. And
Perfect, Virgílio, thank you.
I like very much the outline you have made. I think we can also add here that further engagement with local communities from the academies perhaps they have to make an effort to translate this scientific knowledge to certain languages. This will be a signal as well. I know that not every academy has an expert that speaks those languages or understands them. But from one side, it's a very open scenario to share with them also the author. They can be authors, co-authors, and co-researchers as well when this kind of studies are going on. But in this point, I think it's an example to approach these local communities too. I don't know if you like the idea.
No, it makes sense. It makes sense. You know, it's a hard work. That involves a very hard work. We have more than 300 different indigenous groups, and many languages are not written languages. So it's very difficult. In Brazil, we moved forward with our constitution. Our constitution, has been just translated to an indigenous language. The constitution. So I think Virgílio can help with that again, it would be great if we can have a way to convert the regular language, English, Portuguese, Spanish, to indigenous languages, you know? And I think that we have the technology for that. It's just a matter to write the correct protocols. I think it's not my area. As I said, I am a fish biologist, you know?
And are you leaving a copy of this, yes, right? So we need to add citizen science, okay? Two chairs, oh, wait. Oh, okay.
We need the previous slide because yes. There are several things equal. Was very interesting. ¿Quiere comenzar? Sí. Ah, tá. Como quiere. Our group, we discuss a lot, like everybody, and it was very interesting because several things, put the slide, because there are several things that we are completely in agreement. So one health,
Excuse me. Group C, we need to state what is the title of the group.
Social justice and bioeconomy. Yes, in bioeconomy. And so what we discussed, well, first of all, was elench all the problems, so that about the population that have living conflict because of land grabbing, because illegal mining, lodging, the migration, the illegal fishing, the mercury poisoning. So we elench everything who repercuting in the lack of employment. This is one thing that is terrible in our region also. Malnutrition, we have a serious problem of, yes. And of course, infection diseases and the lack of health access. So we discuss a lot of things about this, and of course well, and then the rights of tribal population that are not being respected. And we think that, so we link all of these things, and we make some suggestions of, we thought about things that the academies can put as editais, as public fundings, local.
Yes, we didn't completely understand, I think, for what time period, if this was for a 1 year or 5 years, or so we thought about different projects that maybe we should get funding and try to support, that the local governments or the funding would support. And well, as we said previously, the education was the top, education, capacity building, citizen science. So a lot of the problems that you stated were, could be in part approached with citizen science together with scientists. So for example, mercury poisoning, if there was like a regular surveillance by the local communities with some biotechnology thing, the same as with infectious diseases. So the use of biotechnology, building capacity, sharing and exchanging knowledge, like for the plants that could have use in medicine also. And in bioeconomy also, it was basically thinking about the uses of technology and understanding how nature works, and that could be indigenous knowledge. So how the processes in nature work could orient, like in biomimicry, processes that could be used afterwards to not destroy the forests. I don't know if I'm missing things.
Yes, yes, only this one.
Yeah. Yeah, the idea in Suriname, I think it was right, or in Guyana, about the carbon credits. Also, we thought that that could be a stimulus for the areas of the Amazon that need preservation, not conservation or restoration. Because if there's a carbon exchange program, you cannot intervene.
Yes, and with this, what we're thinking was about education to be an inclusive way and to respect the cultures, the tradition, the languages, and the harvest periods, because the schools must have this kind of timing join with the communities. And this is, of course, not only for the Amazon, for all, but even in the Amazon. And the capacity of science, technology and women in science, always.
Yeah, and like the statement says, and the science by and for. So that was like the starting point, that anything we do has to be by and for. And I was going to say something else and I just forgot. No, she already included women, but by and for, it was something. Oh yeah, I remember that during the lectures yesterday and today, we saw that there were very general big problems in everywhere, right? So when you speak about mining and deforestation, and these are problems that are happening in the Amazon and everywhere. But the problems, although are general, the solutions have to be local. So that was also another issue we discussed, and that's why it's so important to include the communities, the indigenous and the Afro and the local communities, because the solutions can be different in different communities.
So when this is a very comprehensive list of things we need to do, did your group get to the point of talking at all about how to do it, or what would be a proposal? What part of this would you prioritize to go into a proposal? Like we can ask for money so that at least some of these could be addressed, or at least begin to be addressed.
There were some more punctual projects. For example, that there could be money for trying to develop an index of wellness, kind of like the Gini index that is not useful, but could be like an index to understand what's going on. Because since we had social justice and we included health there, I think education. And then the other one, but also it's not that we are going to do it, but we think it is a priority to have surveillance systems also. And that could be done, I mean, trying to develop or trying to stimulate that there will be these surveillance systems for mercury poisoning, for infectious diseases, with using citizen science. So that involves capacity building. So again, it's education.
And one thing about bioeconomy, we thought that we can stimulate bioeconomy that respect and involve indigenous, Afro-descendant, local people from for being part of the project. And like Adalberto comment, from the beginning. So our group thought the same thing. It was, so yes, the community has to be involved from the beginning because this is from, is by and from the Amazon.
And we used some examples that when, for example, World Health Organization comes to a community and tells, this is the solution, and it's the same solution in the US as in the Amazon, and that doesn't work. So that's why we insist that it has to come from the community inside and studying the local capacities and the local conditions.
Are there any questions or comments? Oh.
Thank you. Well, I think that among those topics, the one that's missing is the drug problem that's spreading out in the Amazon. And I think Fabio mentioned that before, and the colleague from Peru also mentioned that the drug industry. The drug industry?
Drug, yeah.
Yeah, so that one, I didn't hear that, so I'm sorry. And also something that seems to be very important regarding bioeconomy is that we need to work within the countries, some mechanisms that are able to bring our discoveries into products so we can sell them in the shelves. So I mean, taking 20, 30 years to produce something and then to bring profits to the community, I mean, that's a long, long time. So we need to be prepared to bring these new products into the market. So if you're too slow, that's not gonna happen. So that's very important to work within the countries, and that's key, I think.
This is perfect. And here in Brazil, we have a big problem with the INPI. Yes, you make the present, the patent, it takes over 10, 12 years to be analyzed. And then when it's approval, it has only 5 years to be a product. And one thing that we, and another thing is about the product, and one thing that we discussed is that to be the product, the bioeconomy should be also to take care of the people, to have products, but that the enterprise will employ people. Because we are only talking about industries 4.0, so a lot of everything automatized, but if everything is automatized, where people will work? You don't have work for everybody, so science must be preoccupied about these kind of things. Should be, I'm sure, I'm not the answer of it, but we must think about product process that employ people. How? Training about what? People need to earn money. If not, they will cut the forest, of course. If a timber costs too much and I don't have food in my, something to eat, of course they will cut, it's normal. So this is joined with, so everything that we are talking about is connected, not separated.
Yeah, actually, I just wanted to add that we are looking for practical solutions. It's not, I think, as someone who works a lot with local communities, when we go in there and we kind of just talk to them and we tell them we're doing research, they get wary of it. Okay, you just come to talk to us, but where are the solutions? So I think whatever it is that we design with communities, that we need to be able to offer something practical for them. Like you said, they need to have, and also they need to be able to earn from it. They need to see the tangible outcomes from it. And it's not just research, a scientist going in, collecting information, coming out and then doing whatever we want with it. We need to be able to show them and let them see what are the benefits of them being involved in something like this.
May I say something? I totally agree with your points. I'm going to bring, just when you were saying, I remembered, and Adalberto will help me trying to remember the full name of the researcher. It's called the New Cartography of the Amazon. And he's an anthropologist, and what he did is you go to discuss with local people, but what he said was a mapping of regions that nobody had with, I don't know if it was cell phone, I don't know, I don't recall. I used to know, but I'm not from that area, so I forgot. But I remember that he mapped a huge area of the Amazon state. And that was funded by the Ford Foundation. I do remember that. And using the same approach, people are now doing in other areas. What was his name? Wagner, he's from here. Alfredo Wagner. See, I remembered him. Yeah, that's citizen science, kind of, because it was really important to have that. We need to start thinking differently, and how the academies can do that. I understand what you said, because here they come again. They'll have a beautiful paper, and then what is going to be left for us? If we want to engage, we need to change that.
You mentioned an anthropologist, and we also talked about that we mentioned like cultural anthropologists that are needed. But I think that anything that is done also with and by the communities has to involve social scientists. And
our academy, the Brazilian Academy, has the social science together. Yeah, we have. It's very important. I don't know, because now people used to go to STEAM, and now they have STEAM with arts inside. And we are going back to science. You fragmentate, and then you go adding letters to realize that you need all knowledge, including the indigenous. We need to go in circles.
So you were talking about specific projects, and one of the key problems that we encounter is that, for example, in regards to social justice, in terms of health, Amazonian indigenous people, sometimes they don't have access to these health services. So one of specific projects that we were thinking is, for example, in where I work, we have some mobile diagnostics and treatment that it will be moving, and the indigenous people know this is there. So whenever they have like symptoms, first we need to communicate what are the symptoms of malaria, what are the symptoms of Zika, and whenever they know this, they will go to these specific mobile centers, health centers, and they will go there, they will get diagnosis, rapid diagnosis, kits, and then they will get a treatment right away. So it's a way of not them to going out hours and hours to a health center, the nearby health center, but bringing to them some health services for diagnosis and treatment. So this is also a specific pinpoint project that we could try. It's already developed. We just need to bring it to the Amazon, or to, yeah.
Okay. Can I ask you a favor? I think if
Your
you
notes.
have the time, would be great if you could type those and send us.
Or
because
just-
those ideas, it's
Take
easier
a photo.
when.
Or take a photo. Take a photo. Okay.
Doesn't work. I'm tired.
No, well, I'm just worried that they won't do it. Will you do it?
Any more comments?
Great, thank you.
So, thank you.
We're going to be busy. Lots of. Senior.
Yes, Junior.
I think we have lots of great ideas, lots of plans, and I think we're going to write a proposal, right?
Yeah, and I don't forget, there was the first presentation by Jeremy. He gave already something for all academies, as well as for the ones who do not have an academy but are here in this meeting. So I would say the take-home lesson for us, Ianas, I would say, first of all, as Karen already mentioned, we're going to reinforce it's really important that, for instance, Beatriz, where we say the Caribbean Academy of Science, now we are going to write down all the 5 chapters, because that's very important that they see themselves over there. We can have Suriname and Guiana as, how do you call, invited members, so that we go on discussing these topics if they do, they think it's worth it. And also, Jeremy's gave a mission to to each individual, a challenge to each individual academy, and we'll need to try to decide for a year budget. How can we start putting those things on the moving forward? So we'll have a discussion with the Secretariat, Beatriz, Karen, and myself, and we always also consult with our former, he is not paying attention. Yeah, see?
It's because it's starting to sound like work, so he's pretending he's
See
not
how
listening.
you do to check if people are paying attention? So we'll do that. And we hope that we'll be able, and then I'll pass the floor to Karen, that maybe in a month or 2, we can have everything that was discussed over here in terms of a folder that will have like the summit of the presentations, so that we'll have something to rely on of what we have been discussing here. And depending on the results of what we get, we can even go further into having some of the topics into a more specific publication, not as a book to be on a shelf, because books are beautiful, but if they do not come into action, I have this feeling with several of the fantastic books that we wrote at the Brazilian Academy of Science. Even we have a recent one, a booklet on mercury. And there is a way, it's a researcher in Canada that has all, Adalberto can talk about that we can decontaminate it. There is already enough science, not enough, never is enough, but good science that could be applied today. We took to the government and we're still waiting. So that's the point, and again, I want to thank each one of you that did participate in this meeting. And I apologize for being sometimes nasty in terms of time. And thank you, because it was, for me, it was really good to have the participation and the involvement of all the academies in this discussion.
Thank you, Elena. So I would just add to what Elena just said, that the other thing we need are the people who are interested in carrying through these projects. So we can write a proposal and get money, but presumably get some money, but who's going to implement them? And so one of the things that we really need from everyone, and you shouldn't feel restricted to your group, but is to send us your interests and what projects you would be interested in working on or staying involved in. And we hope to, we've been working a lot with Beatrice and Augustine, the Secretariat's office, to try to improve the website so that we can have a more dynamic communication. And ideally, it could be a place where people could volunteer for things. We could, if there's a way to make it more live so that people can form live groups on it, or chat groups or something through that, or do it through WhatsApp. But we need to know who wants to do things. And so everybody has an assignment, but if nobody steps up and we have funding, we can't then ask for more funding to not do something. So it's going to be really critical for people to self-identify what they're interested in contributing to. And I would also like to offer another alternative, that there may already be examples of this, and I can't remember, so you can tell me if there are. And that is, you know, there are many ways of, formats of publishing or summarizing results beyond books, which, you know, can be good or not good, and they take a long time, which is one of the in my view, one of the biggest limitations. So people use, I know in a lot of areas, there's policy statements, but for us, we might find that certainly with some of these education initiatives and communication initiatives and strategies for involving more local people and working at more local scales, that protocols or sort of best practices, guidelines that are a few pages long and that maybe direct users to the references that already exist, so that we don't end up reproducing material that's already been done, but that could somehow be targeted or focused more on the Amazon, as well as for different age groups and different communities. And that's a way to really put stuff out there, consolidate information with the collective knowledge in our group and the people we work with in a relatively fast amount of time, and make it useful for users. And the last thing I want, so I would suggest that as you're thinking about, as we're thinking about moving forward, books are nice in academia, but I would say that for a lot of the things we're talking about, we don't have time. I mean, take a couple of years to write a book, the things we're worried about aren't going to be small, aren't going to be fixable anymore, or maybe not as fixable. So we should think about faster ways of production. The last thing I want to say, which I think we forgot to say, is that we are planning, and it could happen very quickly, to get the statement and published on the website in the 3 languages, so that it's available really quickly and everybody has that.
I think it's important also because when we say the grant, we're going to write the size of the grant, because it's not a grant. In the States, it's considered not a grant to keep programs running for a year. It's around 50, right?
So we have, well,
how much do we get?
Yeah, it was about 50.
Yeah.
Well, so far. Right, it's about it was about 60,000 for the year.
For the year. That's important also. It's not, that's a grant. It's a no, it's important because I'm being very transparent. Because people think sometimes that Ianas is rich and can fund research, and we have been doing, and that's my big boss over there, our past president. It's important that what we have been doing, it's amazing. Could be doing more. Yes, we always can do more and can do better. But with them, it's not that we are with sizable amount of fundings. That's it's very important to let this very clear. It's not that we are the Fundo Amazônia. It's not millions. It's not hundreds. It's important to say.
And there's one thing that I want to clarify. I was at the Secretariat meeting of IAP, and actually there will be a cut in the budgets this year because the funding has been decreased. So we do not have the amount that we will really get. We have to be very precise in what we request, have it very well justified, and see if we can get it. So.
But I believe, as Karen, that having all these ideas, we'll be able to really search outside of IAP. Not in Latin America, but maybe even apply to the Amazon, the Fundo Amazônia, or others. That's very important.
Jeremy?
Well, I was just going to try and finish this meeting by thanking Karen and Elena and the Brazilian Academy on behalf of all the participants, because we really appreciate what you've done. Thank you.
Thank you.